The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., December 16, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable Scott Fitzgerald to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House on January 9, 2024, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and the minority leaders, and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 1:50 p.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Phillips, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I bid farewell to my amazing staff, some of whom are in the gallery, my wonderful colleagues on both sides of the aisle, constituents, and the myriad of unsung heroes to whom our entire nation owes a debt of gratitude. I thank you all from the top of my heart. And to my amazing family all around the country that has stood by me in times of both great joy and pain, my mother Dee Dee, my late father Eddie, my brothers Tyler, Jay, and Bobby, my sisters Hutton and Lily, and my treasured daughters Daniela and Pia, who compelled me to run for Congress in 2018. I love you all with all my heart. I depart this august institution with a combination of deep gratitude, a little bit of attitude, and a healthy dose of American optimism. And to those who are pleased to see this affable but outspoken gadfly ride off into the sunset, I am sorry to say that my mission to restore common sense and a home for the exhausted majority of center-left and center-right Americans is just beginning. It is a mission whose roots were not planted here in Washington or back home in Minnesota, rather 8,000 miles away on Dragon Mountain in Pleiku, Vietnam, where my father, Captain Artie Peffer, was killed fighting in a war in which he did not believe, but for a country in which he believed very deeply. So last year I traveled to the very ground on which he took his last breath, and it is where I took my first. He died just 4 days after the Apollo 11 moon landing, and I've often pictured him along with 500,000 other young soldiers looking up in awe that morning, many probably in tears, as two fellow Americans achieved the unthinkable. They got a glimpse of America at her very best up there, while we were at our very worst down here. And I picture our predecessors in this very room voting to fund both that giant leap for mankind and that giant tragedy for mankind, all in the same year. On my flight home from Vietnam last year, I reflected on my father and the 1 million, yes, 1 million Americans who've been killed in service to our country since 1776. And I thought to myself, they did not sacrifice their lives for members of Congress to act like kindergartners. They did not sacrifice their lives for members of Congress to spend 10,000 hours per week begging for campaign cash used to eviscerate fellow Americans running for office. They did not sacrifice their lives for members of Congress to do nothing, as 60% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck. They did not sacrifice their lives for Congress to do nothing, as 500,000 Americans go bankrupt every year from medical debt, and 26 million go without any health insurance at all. They did not sacrifice their lives for Congress to do nothing, as 50,000 Americans die from gun violence and another 100,000 from overdoses every single year. They did not sacrifice their lives for Congress to do nothing, as wealthy industries shower millions upon millions of campaign cash on the very committee members who set the rules for their industries. And then Congress allows each party to collect dues from those committee members to fund their campaigns. It's legalized corruption, and it's unacceptable. My father and 1 million Americans did not sacrifice their lives for Congress to enable two private corporations, the two major parties, to maintain a virtual monopoly on our democracy. And having paid the ultimate price themselves, they surely did not sacrifice their lives for members of Congress to prioritize their own self-protection over their principles. However, they did sacrifice their lives because of decisions made in this very room by people just like us. So as I bid farewell, I humbly ask all the members of the next Congress on both sides of the aisle to call on your better angels and act with courage, not cowardice. The courage to compete with our ideas rather than defeat one another with our ideologies. The courage to fix our problems rather than fixate on our politics. The courage to replace condemnation with invitation, and the courage to replace confrontation with common sense. In closing, I believe that we all have a choice to make, all of us. Do we wish to be a nation that metaphorically goes to the moon together, or one that goes to war against one another? As a free people, that choice remains ours, all of ours. As Albert Einstein, a notable immigrant to the United States of America, famously said, "The world is a dangerous place, not because of those who do evil, but because of those who look on and do nothing." I believe in us. I love you all, and I'll see you down the road. Godspeed. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair reminds members that rules do not allow references to persons in the gallery. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House and ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, it has never been more critical that the United States leads the way on 5G innovation. Not only would an expanded 5G network provide critical services and opportunities for Americans living in rural areas, it would also provide the United States with the ability to continue leading the way on the development of wireless technology. Allowing our adversaries to advance in future generations of wireless without us would erode our privacy, compromise the security of our networks, and lead to increased foreign influence in our communications. The Promoting United States Wireless Leadership Act will help the U.S. take the necessary steps to safeguard our technological advantages. By bringing key leaders and stakeholders to the table, this bill will encourage a unified approach to set standards for all 5G networks. By standardizing our approach, we can help ensure a greater certainty for both the provider and for the consumer. As we look ahead, reliable, high-speed connectivity will be vital for students who are doing their homework, for businesses conducting and connecting with their customers, for farmers in the fields, and for patients using telemedicine to heal from home. I urge all of my colleagues to support this legislation and help ensure that our wireless technologies continue to expand and serve the needs of the American people. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to congratulate Juniata College Eagles women's volleyball team on once again winning the NCAA Division III National Championship and their incredible achievement of winning 97 matches in a row. This record number of consecutive wins is a result of determination. Under the leadership of Coach Heather Pavlik, the Juniata Eagles once again completed their season with a perfect 35-0 record. Equally as important as the team's success in volleyball is their success in the classroom. Juniata's commitment to academic excellence is an example of how student athletes can make incredible achievements both on and off the court. On behalf of everyone in Pennsylvania's 13th Congressional District, I'm proud to once again congratulate the women's volleyball team at Juniata on another outstanding season and look forward to their continued success. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, as the Biden administration comes to an end, we've seen continued attempts by the far left to enact major regulatory policies just as this administration is on its way out the door. The American people have spoken and elected President Donald J. Trump to return to the White House. This is not the time for President Biden to take executive actions that provide student loan bailouts or implement Green New Deal policies. If President Biden takes these executive actions at a time when the voters have made it clear that they are not ready for change, we need to ensure that these rules are not permanent. The Midnight Rules Relief Act would ensure that the American people are heard during a presidential transition by allowing a Congressional Review Act to be used to overturn the multiple federal rules in a single resolution. I urge all of my colleagues to support the Midnight Rules Relief Act to put a stop to President Biden's executive overreach. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
Gentleman now yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia, for 5 minutes. Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to call on our colleagues in the Senate to reject Donald Trump's nomination of RFK Jr. as Secretary of Health and Human Services. Now, RFK has proven himself for decades to be a conspiracy theorist, and we cannot allow the critical work by the HHS and the doctors, the medical professionals there, to be undermined by someone with his record. Now, for those not familiar, RFK Jr. first has no scientific or medical credentials. Instead, he spent his career fueling anti-vaccine movements around the world, including one in Samoa that contributed to a measles outbreak that killed dozens of people and made almost 6,000 sick, most of them children and infants. Now, RFK Jr. has falsely claimed that vaccines cause autism and suggested that COVID health measures were worse than the Holocaust. He's also peddled in conspiracy theories that chemicals in water are making children transgender and gay. Now, this is someone who has threatened to gut the National Institutes of Health, the federal agency responsible for medical and public health research. Now, they, along with the rest of HHS, do vital, nonpartisan work that impacts every American in every community, from pandemic preparedness to cancer research to resources for mental health and substance abuse. There are real lives at stake. We just went through a pandemic that cost the lives of 1.3 million Americans, the single largest loss of life event in the modern era in our country and around the world. And we cannot allow at this moment to hand over the keys of public health to an extreme and unqualified and dangerous nominee. The Senate must reject RFK Jr. for HHS. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Lopez, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I stand up today to address the decay of the moral compass that our nation is facing. The moral compass of faith, family, and self-resilience that this nation was founded on is being treated as if it is a cheap suit or an old pair of shoes that needs to be discarded and replaced. There is a national movement today that is focused on distorting the foundational values on which our great nation was founded. Values such as faith, family, and self-reliance. You find this movement in our schools, our military, our federal, state, and local government, our churches, and in the public square. Our nation's values have been distorted to merely hollow words and are no longer seen as a foundational bedrock of our nation. When our educational system focuses on teaching our children that gender identity is more important than learning to read, to write, or to do math, that is a sign that society is losing its moral compass. When society and medical professionals promote the concept that God makes mistake when it comes to gender, and that only science can correctly assign the true gender of our adult brothers and sisters and to our children, That is a sign that society is losing its moral compass. When society openly allows the labeling of the killing of babies as women's health or body autonomy, that is a sign of society losing its moral compass. When man believes he has the ultimate authority to redefine marriage and turn his back on traditional marriages between a man and a woman, that is a sign that society is losing its moral compass. When lawmakers vote in favor of allowing biological men that are experiencing gender confusion to equally use women's facilities and compete in girls' sports, that is a sign of society losing its moral compass. When the church decides to ignore its role in educating the people on the biblical values America was founded on, that is a sign that society is losing its moral compass. Just last week, Nancy Mace, a member of Congress, was physically assaulted in the halls of Congress because she stands on a basic common sense principle. What was the common sense principle that caused her to be physically assaulted, you ask? She firmly believes, as I do, that individuals experiencing gender confusion should not be allowed to utilize facilities or participate in women or girls' sports. The majority of the American people share that common sense belief, and they're thirsty for bold leaders who will openly defend our nation's fundamental values. America needs and deserves strong leaders who are not afraid of fighting and speaking in the public square about regaining our country's moral compass. Some of our brothers and sisters instead are focusing on promoting our republic's foundational moral compass. They're fighting to ensure that government plays an overreaching role by dictating what America should think, eat, be educated on, and why they should be happy to pay more in taxes to fund the runaway spending of government. Mr. Speaker, America is at a crossroads, and we, the people, through our federal, state, and local elections, will determine the moral compass that will lead us into the future. Our job here in this sacred halls of Congress is to limit government and revitalize civil society. The $30 million national debt is a sign that our country has lost its moral compass. Self-reliance has given way to dependence, and a loss of respect for persons and property continues to spread like cancer. In 1987, John Sullivan wrote, "The best government is that which governs least. Government should be confined to the administration of justice for the protection of the natural equal rights of the citizen and the preservation of the social order. In other respects, the voluntary principle, the principle of freedom, affords true golden rule. Our nation's founding documents were written with the unwavering understanding that the nature of government is force, not freedom. And the language used in the founding principle was to limit the role of government to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Imagine in America where the elected officials understood the true role of government and allowed us to live freely. Imagine if every American believed in and followed the golden rule. Luke 6:31, do to others as you would have them do unto you. Imagine in America where every individual not only believes in the American dream, but they can actually experience it. Imagine an America that openly embraces the fundamental values that founded this great nation. Mr. Speaker, may God bless America, and I yield back.
Yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Larson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to discuss, revise and extend my remarks and discuss Social Security. As you know, Mr. Speaker,
without objection.
And as do all Americans, Social Security is the #1 anti-poverty program for the elderly of this country. Most people don't realize that it's also the #1 anti-poverty program for children in this country. What's further annoying to most Americans is that it's been 54 years since Congress, who has the responsibility, has enhanced Social Security benefits. And this has a direct impact on every district in the country. Mr. Speaker, as you know, in your district, there's over 174,000 Social Security recipients. 142,000 of them are retirees. 13,000 plus are disabled workers. 7,000 plus are widows, 3,000 spouses, and over 7,000 children. What most members don't realize is the direct economic impact and economic development impact that this has on their district, Mr. Speaker. For example, in your district, you receive $353 million monthly for those 174,000 recipients. And where do they spend that money, Mr. Speaker? They spend it right back in the districts where they live. Nobody gets wealthy on Social Security, but it has been the mainstay to keep people off of poverty, both the elderly and children alike. And Congress has not taken any action to enhance those benefits since 1971. Richard Nixon was the President of the United States the last time this body, who's in charge of making sure that Americans receive this benefit, has taken any action to ensure that people in your district, Mr. Speaker, and in mine, and in all 435 districts. Here's the statistics. Over 70 million Americans rely on Social Security. For more than 35 million Americans, it is the only retirement benefit that they have. And Americans are getting concerned by the day. Why? Because 10,000 baby boomers a day become eligible for Social Security. I come to the floor to plead for Congress to take action. Have a vote. If you've got a better idea, put it forward. President Trump at least has called for tax cuts. Most people don't realize that when they retire, all of a sudden they're being double taxed because their Social Security is taxed. That's a good idea, but President Trump doesn't pay for that. And when you don't pay for that, the money comes directly out of the trust fund, therefore hurting everybody in the program, because it would reduce Social Security benefits by 36% as soon as 2031. That is not a long way off. And this body of Congress has been woefully negligent in making sure it's speaking out on behalf of the American people and the citizens that were sworn to serve. This is capitalism's safety net. The reason that we're able to thrive as a nation and be entrepreneurial in the system is because we have a safety net for our workforce. In the event that a business collapses or people get laid off or they don't have work, there is Social Security. That is the brilliance of Franklin Delano Roosevelt that's still with us. And it's embraced overwhelmingly by Democrats, Republicans, and unaffiliateds. It's time to act, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Oklahoma, Ms. Bice, for 5 minutes.
I also consent to address the House and revise next to my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today regarding correspondence from a young constituent of mine, Lauren Tappert, who expressed her desire to make a federal holiday in recognition of World War II. I was impressed by Lauren's patriotism and her initiative, especially given the fact that she's just in middle school. This week, we remember one of World War II's most significant battles, the Battle of the Bulge. As Winston Churchill famously said, this is, quote, undoubtedly the greatest American battle of the war, unquote. The Battle of the Bulge, which occurred in the Ardennes Forest of Europe, lasted over a month. It is significant because it was the last major German offensive on the Western Front, ultimately ending in an Allied victory. In this defensive stand, the courage and fortitude of the American forces were challenged, but ultimately, liberty prevailed. I want to thank Lauren for taking the time to write to me and for placing special emphasis on a conflict that affected every American family and spanned the globe. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Gentlewoman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the 233rd anniversary of the ratification of the Bill of Rights. Yesterday, we celebrated Bill of Rights Day, a day that highlights a cornerstone for our democracy. Bill of Rights Day was established in 1941 when President Franklin Delano Roosevelt issued a proclamation referring to the document as, quote, the great American Charter of Personal Liberty and Human Dignity, end quote. Each year on December 15th, this day is used as an opportunity to reflect on the rights enshrined in our Constitution's first 10 amendments. Classrooms across the nation use this day as an educational opportunity to further stress the importance of these rights to our nation's young people. The Bill of Rights was born out of a fierce debate between the Federalists and the Anti-Federalists during the founding of our republic. The Constitution itself laid the foundation for governance, but it was the Bill of Rights that ensured that government would always serve the people. The Bill of Rights includes some of our nation's most precious rights, including freedom of speech, press, religion, assembly, and petition, equal protection under the law, and limitations on the role of the federal government, just to name a few. The Bill of Rights also reminds us of something deeper, that our unity as a nation stems from our diversity of thought, belief, and expression. We may not always agree, but these rights ensure that every voice can be heard, every faith can be practiced, and every dream can be pursued. This year marked the 233rd anniversary since the ratification of the Bill of Rights. Now, many years later, these rights are just as important as they were when our founding fathers penned them. Let us honor the wisdom of our founders and sacrifices of countless Americans who have fought to uphold these freedoms. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by the guest chaplain, Rear Admiral Gregory Todd, Chief of Chaplains, United States Navy, Washington, D.C.
Please join me in prayer. Eternal Father, ruler of wind and wave, you establish the heavens and order all of creation. Behold, your humble people, seeking only to serve and not to be served. Grant all who labor in this house a heart of humble service. While the U.S. Navy Chaplain Corps celebrates 249 years of a sacred mission, caring for the souls of sailors, Marines, Coast Guardsmen, and their family, we are recently reminded of the relevance of our mission as U.S. sailors in the Red Sea have faced the enemy in combat, wielding the sword for our nation and facing their own mortality. Grant your divine protection to all our ships at sea and all who labor to defend our nation. Keep their families in your care while they are deployed and grant them a joyful, joyful reunion. Lord, as Navy chaplains seek to care for our flock, by your mercy send us more chaplains to fill our ranks. The need is great, but the laborers are few. Grant us more Navy chaplains to care for our nation's greatest treasure, our sons and daughters. Into your divine hands we commit our prayer, trusting in your divine mercy. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli.
Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. I hereby submit my resignation, effective at 11:59 p.m., December 14, 2024, as United States Representative for the at-large District of North Dakota. Signed sincerely, Kelly Armstrong, Member of Congress.
Under Clause 5D of Rule 20, the chair announces to the House that in light of the resignation of the gentleman from North Dakota, the whole number of the House is 430. The chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the Nittany Leathernecks' contribution to Christmas throughout the Commonwealth. The Nittany Leathernecks Detachment of the Marine Corps League is a community service organization composed of active, retired, and former Marines. Since 1947, the mission of the U.S. Marine Corps Reserve Toys for Tots program has been to collect new on-ramp toys during October, November, and December each year, and to distribute them as Christmas gifts to less fortunate children in the community. The Nittany Leathernecks Detachment coordinates Toys for Tots for Center County. The detachment works with the Center County Adult Services Office, which coordinates with 7 Center County food pantries to identify needy children and distribute toys. The Nittany Leathernecks campaign annually provides a Christmas gift experience to over 9,000 children. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank these selfless Marines for their service to our country and their dedication to uplifting our communities. Merry Christmas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to talk about a piece of property in Alaska. Southeast Alaska is called the Copper River Delta. There's a coal field there called the Bering River Coal Field. Now, this goes back to Teddy Roosevelt's days. as a conservation effort. The United States government has an opportunity to purchase the coal rights of this field. The gentleman, Joe Shin, and I want to thank him and the CADCO Board of Directors for staying at the table. The appraisal came in at $6 million. The Korean Joe Shin wants $8 million for the property. We have an opportunity, and I believe that members on both sides of the aisle, if you could, by acclamation, would agree with this conservation effort. The United States government cannot pay more than appraised value unless we in Congress authorize them to do that. Difference between $6 million and $8 million. I urge my colleagues, if not now in the future, to help the United States of America set aside the Copper River Delta area, the Bering River coal field, for perpetuity conservation effort. And thank you so much. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The world appreciates the courage of Georgian President Salom Zurabishvili, standing strong for the people of Georgia, opposing the illegitimate presidential election Saturday in Tbilisi. For the first time, the president was not chosen in a national election, but a vote of the fraudulently elected parliament. Lithuanian parliamentarian Rasa Juknevičiūtė observed that the European Parliament, in selecting puppet Mikhail Saakashvili, was a farce. Former Georgian Ambassador Natalie Savnaza condemned Saakashvili as a puppet of war criminal Putin, who has co-sponsored the Russian-devised foreign agent registration law destroying democracy. The people of Georgia will prevail over Putin, as Putin has lost in Moldova, been rejected in Romania, and being expelled from Syria. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Open borders for dictators puts all Americans at risk of more 9/11 attacks imminent, as warned by the FBI. Trump will reinstate existing laws to protect American families with peace through strength. Best wishes for continued success of Rick Grenell, selected by President Trump to be the special presidential envoy for special missions. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of a great American and a Texan, Robert E. Milstead, who passed away on December the 6th, just shy 1 week of his 97th birthday. Mr. Milstead served his country as a career Air Force officer with over 5,500 flying hours. He later joined First State Bank in Abilene, Texas, and became active in his community. Mr. Milstead was a proud graduate of the University of Texas, having served as a Silver Spur and a Pi Kappa Alpha president. He is survived by his loving wife of 74 years, Jane, who he met in college. They raised 2 incredible sons, retired U.S. Marine Corps Lieutenant General Robert Boomer Milstead, Jr., and retired Austin Police Department Officer Randy Milstead. He is survived by 7 grandchildren, including former Communications Director Jimmy Milstead of my staff, and 20 great-grandchildren. Mr. Milstead lived a full life and was greatly beloved. He will be missed, but his legacy will long endure. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. Pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, the clerk received the following message from the Secretary of the Senate on December 12, 2024 at 3:55 p.m. that the Senate passed Senate 920, Senate 3857, Senate 4000. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Acting Clerk.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. Pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, the clerk received the following message from the Secretary of the Senate on December 13, 2024 at 12 p.m. That the Senate passed Senate 59, Senate 141, Senate 2513, Senate 2783, Senate 2908, Senate 4365, Senate 4370, Senate 5046, that the Senate passed, with amendments, H.R. 8663. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Acting Clerk.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes subjected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 9488, the Secure Handling of Internet Electronic Donations Act, or the SHIELD Act.
Does the gentleman call up the bill as amended?
Does the gentleman call up the bill as amended?
I do.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 9488, a bill to amend the Federal Election Campaign Act of 1971 to require the disclosure of the card verification value as a condition of the acceptance of online contributions made through the use of credit or debit cards in elections for federal office, and to prohibit the acceptance of contributions made through the use of gift cards and prepaid credit cards in such elections and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stale, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous material on the bill H.R. 9488.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself so much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Before I begin, I'd like to share my heartfelt condolences to the victims of the tragic events that took place at Abundant Life Christian School in Madison, Wisconsin this morning. We continue to monitor the situation, but we are all thankful to the first responders, the men and women of law enforcement, medical professionals who responded and answered the call. And we keep all of them, the first responders, as well as the victims, in our prayers today. Mr. Speaker, coming back to the matter at hand, I want to discuss that across the political spectrum, we're seeing an increase in online political fundraising. Serious questions have been raised related to how criminals, and in particular international criminals, can abuse our financial and campaign finance system. We must ensure online fundraising platforms cannot be abused. Today, I'm proud to support my bill, H.R. 9488, the Secure Handling of Internet Electronic Donations Act, or the SHIELD Act. The SHIELD Act will strengthen donor verification standards for political committees. The legislation will prohibit political committees from accepting online contributions from credit or debit cards without disclosure of the card verification value, or CVV, and the billing address associated with the card. Additionally, the SHIELD Act would prohibit political committees from accepting contributions from gift cards like those bought over the counter. Finally, the SHIELD Act will strengthen existing law that prohibits individuals from making a contribution in the name of someone else. With the SHIELD Act as law, the FEC will have the authority to pursue individuals who knowingly break the law. This suggestion has been a top bipartisan legislative recommendation from the Federal Election Commission for years, and I'm proud this legislation adopts that recommendation. As chairman of the Committee on House Administration, my focus has been on increasing participation, restoring confidence in our elections. Nearly a year ago, my committee launched an investigation into ActBlue, a major online fundraising platform. At the time, ActBlue did not require a card verification value, or CVV. That's that 3 or 4 digit code on the back of a credit card that you have to use almost any time you transact online. And it wasn't used in that case in order to make political contributions. Requiring the CVV is standard practice across the e-commerce industry to reduce fraud and prevent unlawful foreign transactions. It's a necessary security measure that ensures the person making the donation is actually in physical possession of the card. After Act Blue confirmed that it did not require a CVV in order to make an online contribution, I sent a letter to the FEC urging them to initiate emergency rulemaking to require the political committees like Act Blue require the CVV for donors to make online contributions. I also urged the FEC to initiate a rulemaking process to prohibit political contributions to prohibit political committees from accepting online contributions from gift cards. For too long now, Americans have grown weary of our election system. We're constantly hearing reports about foreign actors who are attempting to influence our elections. The SHIELD Act makes it more difficult for foreign entities to improperly influence our elections through online fundraising platforms. Keeping foreign funding out of our elections helps restore confidence in our election system. Greater confidence in our elections leads to greater participation, which is a good thing for the whole country. I'd like to thank Representatives Stephanie Bice, Laurel Lee, Anthony D'Esposito, Greg Murphy, and Ken Calvert for their work and support on this important legislation. I believe that keeping foreign influence out of our elections is an idea we can all get behind. I'd like to thank Ranking Member Mr. Morelli, my Democratic colleague on the Committee on House Administration, and the committee staff for working together on this important piece of legislation. Americans deserve free, fair, and secure elections. The SHIELD Act will bring us one step closer to making sure that happens. We should pass the SHIELD Act to keep foreign funding out of our elections. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, sir. I want to also share my thoughts with the folks at Abundant Life Christian School, and certainly to the students, the faculty, the staff, the parents. Keep them very close in our hearts and very much in our prayers. I speak this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, in support of H.R. 9488 as amended, the Secure Handling of Internet Electronic Donations Act, and I want to extend my thanks to Chairman Stile and his entire staff for their collaborative, bipartisan work to reach consensus on this bill before us. House Democrats care deeply about the integrity of our elections. That will always be our North Star. Preventing fraudulent fundraising practices is a critical endeavor. This bill would provide additional privacy and security protections for Americans who choose to engage in our democratic process by donating to political campaigns online. And we are grateful again to the Chair and his staff for agreeing to a number of changes we suggested that we believed were important revisions to the bill. And I want to just review those briefly for the record here. For example, changes to continue to allow recipients of Social Security and veterans benefits to participate in the political process through small money donations. Changes that would allow donors to continue to simplify the political donation process by scheduling recurring contributions and using saved credit card information. Changes that further security without hampering innovation in how we finance our campaigns by creating special rules for contributions through digital wallets. Changes incorporating an FEC bipartisan legislative recommendation to prohibit aiding or abetting the making of a contribution in the name of another individual. And this provision codifies a regulation first issued in 1989. And changes that get the FEC time to make appropriate regulations to ensure that payment processors and online platforms can continue to securely enable political donations. At the same time, I want to make sure Americans understand that our political contribution system is currently safe and secure. Act Blue, for example, which enables Americans to easily engage in our political process, is a platform that is already extremely secure, and numerous safeguards are provided for donors. Act Blue monitors activity on its platform to ensure that impermissible contributions are promptly identified and rejected. These existing measures prevent potential foreign contributions, protect donors from financial fraud, and identify fraudulent online behavior. This bill supports the already safe online donation system, and Americans can continue to trust that our elections, our political systems, generally speaking, are free, fair, and unaffected by fraud. Providing credit card, debit card, CVVs and online contributions will help Americans feel secure in their contributions. But Americans should understand that the provision of CVVs in this bill facilitates is in addition to numerous other anti-fraud security measures that already provide credit and debit card donors. Regrettably, we have seen recent disinformation campaigns against the platform. Allegations of fraudulent donor schemes involving ActBlue, however, have been discredited and criticized by campaign finance experts. These campaigns distort and often misunderstand campaign finance data. I want all Americans to know our system is safe and that you should feel free to participate in it. That's what my support for this measure is all about today. We can further strengthen the security of our online donation systems and inspire donors who feel moved to participate. I appreciate the work that has gone into this bill, the opportunity to ensure the record correctly reflects the secure reality of online donation systems, and I do urge my colleagues to support this measure. Again, thank you to the chair and his staff, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
I have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
Sorry. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said, we support this bill strongly here. This is a critical priority for us to make sure Americans continue to have safety and feel confidence in their system. Again, I want to thank the chair and urge passage of the bill. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of this bill. This is one step forward in making sure that online contribution platforms are secure from foreign interference. Encourage passage of the bill. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 9488 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The opinion of the chairs, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the title is amended. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass S 932, the No Corruption Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 932, an act to amend Title V United States Code to provide for the halt in pension payments for members of Congress sentenced for certain offenses and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stile, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous material on the bill S 932, the No Corruption Act.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself so much time as I may consume.
Gentleman recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this measure will halt annuity payments for members of Congress sentenced for public corruption charges. This includes charges of bribery of public officials and witnesses, acting as an agent of a foreign principal, or engaging in conspiracy to commit an offense to defraud the United States. Under current law, a member of Congress who's convicted of public corruption charges is prohibited from receiving their congressional pension. That said, members may continue receiving pension payments while appealing their conviction. The No Corruption Act addresses this gap and will withhold pension payments immediately upon conviction. If the conviction is overturned on appeal, the pension will be restored and the member will be able to receive any benefits withheld. This is a common sense measure for the House to consider and pass. Let's be clear. A member of Congress convicted of public corruption charges should not be paid at taxpayer expense. The bipartisan measure was introduced by Senators Rick Scott and Jackie Rosen and passed the Senate this summer. I'm pleased to bring the measure forward to ensure accountability for members of Congress. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of S 932, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of S 932, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, sir. Passed with unanimous consent by the Senate, S 932 will close loopholes and tighten an already existing prohibition on members collecting retirement benefits that were accrued during their time in Congress if they are convicted of a crime of public corruption committed during congressional service. Currently, convicted former members can continue to collect their government pension while going through the judicial appeals process. This bill ends that practice. Public service is often referred to as a higher calling, and there is no greater professional privilege than to be elected to this body. By sending us here, our constituents place an enormous amount of trust in us, and it is our obligation to reward that trust by carrying out our constitutional responsibilities to them with honor and integrity. This is the contract we agree to when we ask for someone's vote, and they give it to us. And that compact is the keystone of a legitimate government. It's what separates a democracy from a kleptocracy. The overwhelming majority of our colleagues who serve do so with integrity. They are here for the right reasons. They honor the oath we all swear. They use the powers of the office to further the interests of their constituents, not to unjustly enrich themselves. But for those who don't, we must send a clear and unequivocal message that corruption will not be tolerated. For the sake of the country, it cannot be tolerated, and this bill sends that message. I do want to thank the distinguished gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, my friend, for his leadership on this, as well as all my colleagues, and certainly thank the chair for his bipartisan work on this. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Congressman Stile. And Congressman Morelli, thank you for leading the charge on this. You know, I think, like many things, the public does not know the dollars that are going to politicians who corrupt the system, game the system, and then get paid for it. So, as Congressman Stile and Congressman Morelli mentioned, I rise in strong support of the Senate companion to my legislation, the No Corruption Act. This legislation gives us an opportunity to rectify the abuse of the taxpayers' dollars. Under current law, members of Congress who have been convicted of various crimes related to public corruption, they remain eligible to receive a taxpayer-funded pension until all avenues have been exhausted. This can take years, and it has taken years. Even if the appeal is unsuccessful, there is no clawback on the funds that have been wrongly paid. It's in the hands of the politician who violated their oath when they came to Congress. The No Corruption Act fixes that loophole by immediately stripping a member's pension upon initial conviction rather than final conviction. If an appeal was successful, the money halted by this legislation would be paid back fully, so he's not out the money. With this simple reform, taxpayers' money is not given to criminals, and the interest of taxpayers is balanced with the rights of the accused. Americans would be outraged if they knew about the various perks that former members of Congress, many who have been in the news recently, receive. Pension payments to those who have been convicted of a crime is yet another example of wasteful spending that needs to be terminated, and it needs to be terminated now. It's time for members of Congress to start acting like everyday Americans, not elite politicians sheltered by their own rules. Those who serve in Congress, and it's such an honor to serve in this body, should be held to the highest of standards in order to instill trust and confidence in our government. Anyone who does not measure up should not receive a taxpayer-funded pension, which for some members can surpass $70,000 per year. I would like to thank Senators Jackie Rosen and
seconds.
I would like to thank Senators Jackie Rosen and Rick Scott for their bipartisan work in getting this legislation passed by unanimous consent in the Senate, and I urge my colleagues to do the same and pass it. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Yes, thank you, sir. Again, I want to thank my friend, Mr. Norman, for doing this. I think most people watching this would find it hard to believe this wasn't already the law of the United States, but we're going to do that, and just wanted to thank him for his leadership. With that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman recognizes, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
I have no further speakers and I'm prepared to close.
Yes, simply to say this is important in building and rebuilding trust that Americans in some cases have lost in this institution. I'm grateful for this and want to thank my colleague and dear friend, the chairman of this committee, for bringing the bill forward. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate my colleague, Mr. Norman, for his work on this common sense legislation. It's good to see in the home stretch of the year we're still able to get some common sense legislation across the floor of the House and hopefully signed into law in the near future as this bill already passed the Senate. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 932? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 9489, the Advisory Committee on the Records of Congress Sunset Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 579, H.R. 9489. A bill to sunset the Advisory Committee on the Records of Congress and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stile, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit additional materials on the bill, H.R. 9489.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself so much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 9489, the Advisory Committee on the Records of Congress Sunset Act. This measure will sunset an outdated advisory committee and replace it with meaningful reporting requirements. The Advisory Committee on the Records of Congress was created in 1990 to assist with management and preservation. Since then, the Advisory Committee has released six detailed reports and continues to meet semi-annually. This Advisory Committee has successfully met its purpose of advising Congress on records management and preservation. Today, the House Clerk, Secretary of the Senate, and National Archives representatives regularly connect on records management. This close working relationship renders the regular convening of the Advisory Committee as a check-the-box exercise. Based on feedback we received from House officers and Advisory Committee members, this legislation sunsets the Advisory Committee and replaces it with a reporting requirement of the House, Senate, and legislative archives. This will ensure records management and preservation while saving taxpayer dollars on repetitive convenings. I'd like to take a moment to thank the House Clerk and their team for their work on this Advisory Committee. I'd also like to recognize the service of Dana Bell, the House Clerk's appointee to the Advisory Committee, who passed away earlier this year. Ms. Bell was a librarian, an archivist, former president of the Society of American Archivists, and a helpful resource for our team as we learn more about this Advisory Committee. She was a dedicated public servant committed to service. I offer my condolences to her family, friends, and colleagues. And I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of H.R. 9489, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is
Mr.
recognized.
Speaker, yes, sir. I rise today in support of H.R. 9489. I want to also echo the words by my colleague and friend, Mr. Stile, regarding the life of Dana Bell, who worked here in the House and a long record of many contributions to our, not only the institution, but our country. And I rise in support of 9489, the bipartisan legislation which would sunset the Advisory Committee on the Records of Congress, allowing us to allocate our limited resources more efficiently. The Advisory Committee, as my friend has indicated, was established in 1990 and was tasked with reviewing and advising Congress and the National Archives on the management and preservation of congressional records. The House Clerk, one of the committee's leaders, has suggested its sunset as it has fulfilled its primary objectives and is no longer necessary for addressing the evolving challenges of preserving congressional records. Over the past 34 years, advancements in technology and the increasing volume of materials to be preserved have dramatically changed, and the landscape of record preservation has changed with it. By disbanding this advisory committee, we can redirect valuable resources towards enhancing modern archiving practices while saving taxpayer dollars. As we all know, congressional resources are finite. I think we know that all too well, and need to be used efficiently to ensure the continued success of this institution and its service on behalf of the American people. I do want to extend my thanks to the House Clerk, the Honorable Kevin McCumber, and his entire team for their leadership on this initiative. I urge my colleagues to support the measure, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I want to thank my colleagues and the staff for doing this, and for the leadership of the clerk's office to find a way for us to end practices that are no longer useful and allow us to be able to focus more on the challenges we face moving forward. So with that, I urge passage of the bill and yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague, Mr. Morelli, for his work on this. As we all know, in the United States House of Representatives, actually sunsetting almost anything is one of the most challenging projects you can do. And I'm proud to say that we've accomplished this with this piece of legislation. A lot of work from the clerk, from others to make sure this is done. A little bit of efficiency in the House can go a long way. Take the wins where you get them. And so I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of sunsetting this advisory committee, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 9489? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 9487, the House Office of Legislative Counsel Modernization Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
House Calendar Number 89, H.R. 9487. A bill to amend the Legislative Reorganization Act of 1970 to authorize the Legislative Counsel of the House of Representatives to designate more than one of the attorneys of the Office of the Legislative Counsel as a Deputy Legislative Counsel and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Sile, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit additional material on Bill H.R. 9487, the House Office of Legislative Counsel Modernization Act.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself so much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to urge my colleagues to support H.R. 9487, the House Office of Legislative Counsel Modernization Act. Originally called the Legislative Drafting Service, the Legislative Counsel has been providing legislative drafting services to the House for over 100 years. Since its inception, the office has helped countless members of Congress turn their legislative ideas into thoughtful, meaningful bills and amendment text. The legislation addresses a need raised by Legislative Counsel team to help manage the team of experts. It would allow the designation of more than one deputy legislative counsel to help manage their office. Passage would give counsel flexibility to meet staffing needs and handle vacancies as they arise. This small change would allow the legislative counsel to name one deputy to fulfill leadership responsibilities for the office upon a vacancy or any other issue. A well-equipped legislative counsel office helps us as members deliver for our constituents. I'm pleased to have worked with Ranking Member Morelli on this effort to assist our legislative counsel. And I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of H.R. 9487. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 9487. This bipartisan bill amends the Legislative Reorganization Act of 1970 to clarify the responsibilities of the Deputy Legislative Counsel and grant the Legislative Counsel the authority to designate a deputy to carry out their duties in the event of an absence or vacancy in the position. And we may be repeating ourselves quite a bit here, but I think that just indicates our support and our cooperation that we were able to generate to pass this package of bills, which I'm grateful for. The Office of the Legislative Counsel, as my learned colleague has indicated, plays an essential role in supporting the work of Congress by providing impartial and confidential drafting services to members and to committees. The office is critical in our ability to function as an institution and enables us to work more efficiently on behalf of the American people. The expert attorneys within the Office of Legislative Counsel draft tens of thousands of bills and resolutions each Congress. That number grows exponentially when accounting for the many drafts of measures as they are refined, as well as the increasing number of amendments submitted by members to the various committees. I'd like to take a moment to briefly recognize two of those attorneys right now. First, I'd like to thank Wade Ballou for his more than 40 years of service with the office. That service culminated with his appointment to Legislative Counsel in 2016. Wade recently announced his retirement, and we want to wish him well as he moves into the next phase of his professional and personal life. I'd also like to recognize the Deputy Legislative Counsel, Noah Woofsey, for his outstanding leadership. He and his team do a masterful job of supporting the House's legislative agenda, including the Committee on House Administration in particular. We would not have been able to bring this measure to the floor or any others without their dedication and their patience and commitment to task. As the demands on the Office of Legislative Counsel will undoubtedly continue to grow, it is vital we provide its attorneys with the support necessary for them to perform their jobs effectively. So that includes ensuring the office has succession plans in place to maintain the continuity of congressional operations. While this legislation may seem modest in scope, it is a critical step in strengthening the resilience of our institution. So I strongly urge my colleagues to support the measure. I want to again thank my friend and colleague, Mr. Stile, chairman of our committee, and the staff for their work on this. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, for all the reasons we've articulated, I think this is a fine piece of legislation. It helps move the institution forward. And with that, I would encourage all of my colleagues to support the bill and yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of this piece of legislation. As my colleague said, it may be modest in scope, but sometimes you take a small step forward when you can get it. We are appreciative of all those who work in the Legislative Counsel's office. My colleague recognized a few by name, and I second that comment. I think it's important to recognize the hard work that goes on inside the Legislative Counsel office. This opportunity to modernize it, to allow it to operate a little more efficiency, is well worth our support, and I urge my colleagues to support the bill. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 9487? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 6394, the semi-quincentennial Congressional Time Capsule Act.
Does the gentleman call up the bill as amended?
Yes.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6394, a bill to provide for the creation of a congressional capsule in commemoration of the semi-quincentennial of the United States and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stile, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit additional materials on the bill H.R. 6394.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield so much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to urge my colleagues to support H.R. 6394. This bipartisan legislation would authorize a time capsule to be buried on the Capitol grounds to mark the nation's semi-quincentennial. America is turning 250 on July 4, 2026. This time capsule represents one way that Congress will participate in the nation's year-long celebration of democracy and freedom. The contents of the capsule will be sealed by the Office of the Speaker of the House, Office of the Minority Leader of the House, and offices of the Majority and Minority Leaders of the Senate. The contents in the capsule will remain sealed until July 2, 22 76, the nation's 500th anniversary. Representative Watson Coleman introduced H.R. 6394 as a member of the commission, together with an additional 54 co-sponsors. The architect of the Capitals provided technical input to the commission and would work with the congressional leadership to implement the capsule. I'm pleased to have Mr. Ranking Member Morelli's efforts and support on this legislation, and I urge my colleagues to support and vote in favor of H.R. 6394. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 6394. This bipartisan legislation, as my colleague has indicated, would authorize the architect of the Capitol to bury a time capsule commemorating the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence on July 4th, 2026, to be opened on our nation's 500th anniversary in the year 2276. I will just note parenthetically, one of my favorite lines in the musical Hamilton says, "Legacy, what is legacy? It's planting seeds in a garden we don't get to see." I think this qualifies for that. I suspect I won't be here at the opening of the time capsule, but nonetheless, the items in the capsule will be determined by bipartisan, bicameral congressional leaders and include written materials relating to the anniversary, representations of notable legislative and institutional milestones, and a message from this Congress to our future colleagues in the 244th Congress. The upcoming anniversary marks a powerful testament to the resilience of the American experiment. Our nation has faced countless tests to our strength and unity, including a civil war, 2 world wars, natural disasters, and more. Yet through each challenge, this country has stood strong and remains committed to fulfilling the ideals set forth in the Declaration of Independence nearly 250 years ago. As we face new challenges in a time of deep division, partisanship, and extremism, this anniversary serves as a reminder to our shared responsibility to uphold the values of liberty and equality championed by our founding fathers. I want to extend my thanks to the Semi-Quincentennial Commission for its leadership in planning for this momentous occasion, and I particularly commend my colleague and friend, Congresswoman Watson Coleman, for her introduction of this measure. I'd also like to acknowledge the service of my fellow New Yorker, former Representative Joe Crowley, who has lent his time and talents to the work of the Commission. I look forward to seeing the items chosen for the time capsule and recommend my colleagues' support for this measure, and want to again thank my friend and colleague for putting the bill before the House and for his leadership in this regard. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentle lady from New Jersey, my dear friend, Ms. Watson Coleman.
Gentle lady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much to my colleague for yielding me some time. The signing of the Declaration of Independence on July 4th, 1776 was an essential milestone in the progress of all humanity towards a more fair, just, and democratic society, work that continues to this day. As we reflect upon the last 250 years of progress towards those ideals, we must impart the lessons that we've learned to future generations. As co-founder and co-chair of the American 250 Caucus, along with my co-chairs, Mr. Evans, Mr. Aderholt, and Ms. Salazar, it is an honor to see this legislation come forward today as just one small part of our nation's 250th anniversary celebration. This bill would, as you know, authorize the architect of the Capitol to create the time capsule and have it buried on the West Lawn to remain sealed until July 2276, the nation's 500th anniversary. The contents will include items that represent important legislation and institutional milestones of Congress, a message from the 119th Congress to the 244th Congress, and other items that reflect our history. No one here today will see it, as has been said, but to be redundant, an old Greek proverb goes, "A society grows great when the old plant trees whose shade they know they'll politicians never sit in. This body does its work when we don't seek fame or followers, renown, or retweets, but rather when we work so the distant generations of Americans for whom our names will be mere footnotes will enjoy the fruits of our work here today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Reserve. Gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, want to certainly encourage support from my colleagues for this bill. I do want to just use the moment, if I can, to also, as this is likely the final bills of our committee for the 118th Congress, do want to certainly thank my friend, Mr. Stile, for his cooperation, his leadership, his friendship during the last 2 years. Also want to thank all the members of the committee and certainly all the members of the staff on both sides of the aisle who work diligently each and every day. And I know there's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes. And while we at times disagree, I think we work very well together, and our interest collectively is to advance the work of this great institution and support and service of the American people. So I just want to thank him, and certainly to all of my colleagues and those listening, to wish them the very happiest, whatever their holiday tradition and faith tradition is, whether Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, and to all those, wish them a very, very healthy and happy New Year. And with that, I yield my time.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to echo my colleagues' remarks. It is true we don't always agree on every policy issue of the day, but it is an honor to work with you, and is shown by these 5 pieces of legislation. There's a real opportunity for us to work together to move this institution in this country ahead. And as noted by my colleague, this would not be possible without the hardworking staff of both the majority and the minority side navigating through thorny issues at times. And so I thank my colleague and all the members of the committee, as well as the staff, for their hard work over the course of this Congress to make sure that the important work of this institution, but more importantly of the American people, is getting done. I encourage my colleagues to support this legislation before us, as we've done with the previous 4. And as my colleague jokingly said, he does not suspect he'll be here in 250 years when this capsule is opened in 2276. May the record reflect, I know I won't be here in 250 years. But I do think those that are here and open this capsule will be able to reflect back at the time that we have spent working on behalf of our country here. I support and urge its passage, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6394? Those 6394 as amended. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3343, led by the gentleman from Texas' 11th District and the gentleman from Florida's 9th District.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 198, H.R. 3343. A bill to require the Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Communications and Information to submit to Congress a plan for the Assistant Secretary to track the acceptance, processing, and disposal of certain Form 299s and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Latta, and the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Soto, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend the remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 3343, the Federal Broadband Deployment Tracking Act. This bill requires the National Telecommunications and Information Administration to develop a plan for tracking the broadband permitting applications on federal lands. Broadband is essential to participate in everyday activities. Americans rely on their internet for their work, health care, education, and more. Congress provided billions of dollars to close the digital divide. The NCAA is in the process of administering the $42.45 billion BEAD program and must ensure that these dollars are spent wisely. Too often, broadband deployment is delayed or prevented due to unnecessary red tape in the form of burdensome permitting requirements. Federal agencies are some of the biggest culprits behind the red tape, delaying the deployment of the broadband to the communities that are in need. The process of application and approval for some of these permits has unfortunately become duplicative, ineffective, and time-consuming. Worse, there is no transparency in the process. Opaque federal permitting review processes leave applicants in the dark on whether their application is complete, where it is in the review process, and when they can finally expect a decision. The Federal Broadband Deployment Tracking Act addresses these concerns by providing clarity into the federal permitting process, giving applicants transparency into the status of their reviews, and improving the processing speed and disposition of applications. This is an important moment in time, and we must do all we can to ensure that every American can access reliable broadband. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 3343, the Federal Broadband Deployment Tracking Act. Over the past 4 years, the Biden administration has worked hard to implement historic investments made by Congress in the bipartisan infrastructure law to expand broadband access to all Americans. This includes the $42 billion BEAD program, which will empower states and territories to close the digital divide and bring high-speed, affordable internet to unserved and underserved communities. It should come as no surprise that many of the communities lacking internet access are rural, remote, and sparsely populated areas, like in my own district, areas like Kenansville and Deer Park, Bull Creek, and Yeehaw Junction. Bringing this infrastructure to them will, in many cases, require crossing large geographic areas. This is especially true in many of our western states where significant amounts of territory are owned and managed by the federal government. H.R. 3343 is going to help bring more transparency to the status and progress of applications to deploy communications infrastructure on publicly owned and managed lands. The bill requires the National Telecommunications and Information Administration to develop and implement a plan to assist communications providers navigate the burdens of deploying communications infrastructure on public lands. Ultimately, this bill should lead to more robust collaboration between those responsible for reviewing permit applications for federal lands and communications providers who are trying to bring high-speed internet to all of our constituents. I want to thank Representative Pfluger for his leadership on this bill that I was happy to co-introduce with him. This bipartisan legislation is the product of regular order, and I am pleased to see it taken up by the full House today. Mr. Speaker, I urge all my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the bill's sponsor, to the gentleman from Texas 11th District.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I think the gentleman from Ohio as well. I rise in support of my legislation, the Federal Broadband Deployment Tracking Act. This bill is essential to improving transparency and efficiency in the broadband deployment process, which will help close the digital divide for rural Americans. According to a 2024 GAO study on broadband deployment, the BLM and Forest Service, which handle most of the permitting reviews on federal lands, often exceed the 270-day statutory deadline for processing applications. Lengthy application reviews, excessive fees, and complex environmental and historic preservation reviews mean delays in providing service and higher prices, leaving ordinary Americans without basic broadband services. My legislation is simple. It requires the National Telecommunications and Information Administration to submit a comprehensive plan to Congress within 180 days detailing how the agency will track the acceptance, processing, and disposal of broadband permitting applications on federal lands. These applications are essential for accessing easements and right-of-way to build and maintain telecommunications infrastructure. The NCAA will also be responsible for detailing how quickly they will implement their plan and any potential barriers that they could face. The Federal Broadband Deployment Tracking Act is a critical step towards a more connected America. By enhancing government accountability and accelerating broadband deployment, we're not just improving a process, we're investing in our future as a nation. This act will help ensure that investments in broadband expansion reach Americans more quickly and effectively. I urge my colleagues to support this important legislation, and together we can close the digital divide and create a more connected future for all Americans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves.
We have no other speakers. If the gentleman is ready to close.
Mr. Speaker, I'm ready to close. We have no other speakers.
Gentleman, floor is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it's time to get this done for the American people. And I close. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is very essential because, again, as we've seen, that broadband is absolutely essential for everyday Americans. As we think about what happened during the COVID time that Americans were shut in, that they relied on everything from education, telehealth to business, but it goes across the board. So it's absolutely essential we get this bill passed today, and I urge passage of the legislation. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3343? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1377, led by the gentleman from Michigan's 5th District and the gentlelady from Michigan's 6th District.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 699, H.R. 1377, a bill to direct the Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Communications and Information to take certain actions to enhance the representation of the United States and promote United States leadership in communications standard-setting bodies and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Latta, and the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Soto, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend the remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as they may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 1377, the Promoting United States Wireless Leadership Act. For decades, the United States has led the development of next-generation wireless technology. To maintain leadership and defend against our foreign adversaries, we must continue to focus on bolstering the foundational elements like standards development to make sure the United States continues to lead on future technological advancements. As these standards are set in global industry-led standards bodies, we must enhance participation by U.S. companies and remain vigilant that bad actors don't game the system for their own economic and national security interests. To keep accountability and ensure proper transparency, we must encourage participation by trusted, like-minded partners. The National Telecommunications and Information Administration plays a central role in these efforts as the executive branch agency with technical expertise on wireless innovation. They have decades of experience working with the industry and other stakeholders to develop these technical standards globally. I'd like to thank the dedicated career staff who work tirelessly to advance U.S. global wireless leadership. As we move into the next decade, it is critical that we continue to enhance participation in critical standard-setting bodies and preserve U.S. wireless leadership. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 1377, the Promoting United States Wireless Leadership Act. This legislation is an important step towards ensuring that the national and global bodies crafting standards for next-generation wireless technologies, such as 6G and Wi-Fi 8, include significant representation from trusted American companies and from our allied countries. H.R. 1377 accomplishes this objective by requiring the Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Communications and Information to encourage and facilitate the participation of trusted companies and stakeholders in the domestic and international standard setting bodies for wireless technologies. The Assistant Secretary must also brief Congress within 60 days of the bill becoming law on the strategy to accomplish these objectives. It is crucial that American and allied interests are well represented at these standards-setting bodies. If the United States is not a leader in shaping the wireless future, our adversaries will step up in the leadership void. This includes dominating the future 6G marketplace in a way that may undermine our values, national security, and economic prosperity. We cannot allow that to happen. History has shown us that early developers and adopters of technology define the marketplace, drive innovation, and reap the economic benefits, and so we must lead. Moreover, as we have seen with the recent news on the Salt Typhoon cyber attack, foreign adversaries often see our communications networks and devices as the entry points to disrupt our daily lives and conduct espionage campaigns. Therefore, it is imperative that American interests are at the table as new wireless standards are crafted, including those that have cybersecurity and national security implications. I thank Representatives Dingell, Custer, and Wahlberg for their bipartisan work on this legislation, and I reserve the remainder of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the bill's sponsor, the gentleman from Michigan's 5th District.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank my friend from Ohio and from Florida as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak in favor of my legislation, H.R. 1377, the Promoting United States Wireless Leadership Act. This important legislation strengthens American leadership in 5G and future wireless communications by bringing together key stakeholders to create a unified approach to international standard setting. It directs the NTIA to assist and encourage trusted U.S. companies to actively participate in global standards setting organizations such as 3GPP and IEEE. These independent business-led entities establish the technical standards that 5G operators, equipment manufacturers, software providers, and others rely on to build wireless networks. China and other adversaries are investing heavily in 5G deployment and are actively working to shape these standard-setting processes to serve their interests. If they succeed in skewing future standards toward their own priorities, the United States risks being placed at a significant economic and strategic disadvantage. As we did with 3G and 4G, the United States must continue leading the way on 5G. H.R. 1377 ensures a coordinated approach to counter foreign influence, protecting our national economy, our security, our economic competitiveness, and global technology leadership. Finally, this will be my last act for now as member of the Energy and Commerce Committee. It's been a wonderful, productive 8 years. I've worked on such a wide set of policies, increasing energy independence, protecting kids online, fighting electric vehicle mandates, championing American innovators, improving nationwide connectivity, and much, much more. My colleagues and the many staff I've worked with have made my time on E&C great. I see this as often called the best committee on the Hill, though I'm going to challenge you for that title over at the Education and Workforce Committee. I want to thank the incredible leadership of Chair Rogers and Chair Walden, and wish Chairman-elect Guthrie all the best. As my last ask, I encourage all my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, reserve balance of our time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, first, we congratulate Rep. Wahlberg on your new leadership position, and thank you for your collaboration on the committee over the years in leadership. And Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to yield such time as she may consume to the legendary gentlewoman from Michigan, Representative Dingell.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague. I hope I'm not too legendary. I rise today, and I also want to compliment my colleague from Michigan, who I'm proud to have worked on this bill on. I will miss him on E&C, but education and labor matters in Michigan, too. So we'll make sure your voice is well represented. Maybe you'll even trust me on EVs. But I rise today in support of a bill that I worked with my colleague on, H.R. 1377, the Promoting the United States Wireless Leadership Act. I'm very proud to have introduced this along with my bipartisan co-chairs of the 5G and Beyond caucus co-chairs. This legislation will ensure the United States remains at the forefront of innovation in this evolving frontier by playing a central role in setting international wireless standards in emerging technologies. This approach has dramatic ramifications for our global competitiveness, 5G deployment, and our national security. The policy choices of today will have lasting effects on the global wireless technology development of tomorrow, especially as we compete against China. We must take concrete, proactive steps to lower barriers to entry for U.S. companies and promote American competitiveness in this space for each subsequent generation of these innovative technologies. I know there are times when we don't all agree in this House, but we have very bipartisan agreement that the United States must be a leader in the development and deployment of cutting-edge technologies. This bill does exactly that, and I'm glad that today we are getting this one over the finish line in a very bipartisan manner, or at least I think we are. I want to thank my colleague, Representative Tim Walberg, who I love working with on 5G and hope we will continue to, Representative Custer, and former Representative Bill Johnson for their work on this legislation and as co-chairs and in being the leads on this. And I urge all of my colleagues to support H.R. 1377. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia's 1st District.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today, Mr. Speaker, in support of H.R. 1377, the Promoting the United States Wireless Leadership Act of 2023. Thank you to the bipartisan sponsors of this bill for working to protect our national security and global competitiveness. Our adversaries, such as China, are working diligently to gain an edge over the U.S. when it comes to wireless technology and deployment. Let me be clear. Economic security is national security. Again, economic security is national security. It's imperative that we maintain our lead in the wireless space, specifically with 5G advancement. We must continue to be at the front line of innovation, which means participating in international standard-setting organizations. I was proud to support this legislation when it passed committee unanimously, and I urge my colleagues to support this act as well. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to pay my respects to Chairman Waldrop and congratulate him on his new chairmanship. I will miss sitting beside him in Energy and Commerce, and it's been a pleasure to work with him for the last 8 years. Mr. Speaker, I would also be remiss if I did not mention that in the first year of this session, I had the opportunity to serve as Vice Chair of the Communications and Technology Subcommittee, and I want to thank Chairman Latta for the wonderful job that he did and for his inclusion of me in all of our meetings and his leadership on this great subcommittee and on this great committee in Energy and Commerce. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve, just checking with my friend, if I'm prepared to close if you are.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close too.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, let's pass H.R. 1377, the Promoting United States Wireless Leadership Act of 2023, and boldly lead the charge towards 6G and beyond. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Communications and Technology Subcommittee of the Energy and Commerce Committee has been very busy this past Congress, making sure that we get broadband deployed across this country. And this piece of legislation will help make sure that that happens. So I ask all members to support this legislation, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules on House Bill H.R. 1377? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3293, led by the gentleman from South Carolina's 3rd District and the gentlelady from Minnesota's 2nd District.
Does the gentleman wish to call up the bill as amended?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3293, a bill to require the Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Communications and Information to establish an interagency strike force to ensure that certain federal land management agencies, including the organizational units of such agencies, prioritize the review of requests for communications use authorizations and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Latta, and the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Soto, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 3293, expediting Federal Broadband Deployment Reviews Act. This legislation establishes an interagency strike force to help prioritize permitting reviews for deploying broadband on federal lands. Broadband has become an essential part of everyday life. As we have seen, we need broadband for work, to stay connected with loved ones, and even for health care and education. But too many Americans still lack access to broadband. Thus, Congress has provided billions of dollars to ensure that every American gets connected. Deploying on federal lands is a critical part of closing the digital divide. Many unserved communities are near federal lands, and thus broadband providers must traverse these lands to reach these unserved homes and businesses. Unfortunately, deploying broadband on federal lands can be burdensome, particularly when it comes to permitting process. Providers have testified that this complicated process moves slowly and they are often left in the dark on the status of their applications. As a result, unserved communities are left without broadband they need as providers wait for agencies to provide for their permits. We need to reform the broadband permitting process. Not only do we need to streamline how we review permits, we need to ensure the agencies that manage federal lands prioritize these reviews. H.R. 3293, the Expediting Federal Broadband Deployment Reviews Act, will help ensure this happens. H.R. 3293 directs the National Telecommunications Information Administration to create an interagency strike force that includes the head of each federal land management agency to ensure that they are prioritizing the review of broadband permitting applications. In addition to holding periodic calls, the strike force will establish goals for the review of the requests and monitor and hold each agency accountable for meeting those goals. This strike force is necessary to expedite the permitting process so that every American has access to broadband. I thank the gentleman from South Carolina's 3rd District and the gentlelady from Minnesota's 2nd District for the leadership on this important piece of legislation. And I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 3293, the Expediting Federal Broadband Deployment Reviews Act, which was introduced by Representatives Duncan and Craig. As this year comes to a close, and with an eye towards 2025, I am excited to see real progress in the year ahead on many of the broadband deployment efforts, including in the bipartisan infrastructure law. The National Telecommunications and Information Administration and the Federal Communications Commission laid so much important groundwork over the past 2 years, notably creating accurate and reliable broadband availability maps so that infrastructure dollars will go to communities where they truly are needed. In the coming year, many projects funded under the $42 billion BEAD program will begin to break ground and connect for the first time unserved and underserved communities to high-speed internet. Communications providers are zeroing in on project areas and preparing plans at the most granular level. In the course of this work, providers will find that in many cases, the most direct route to lay broadband infrastructure requires traversing lands owned and managed by the federal government. In Central Florida, we have a lot of federal lands around Cape Canaveral and Avon Park Air Force Base. We also have a lot of national parks in and around our area as well, so we know this well. Earlier this year, this Congress, the Energy and Commerce Committee, heard about delays and inefficiencies in handling of permit applications that are pending at various agencies overseeing federal lands. While environmental and historic preservation protections will always be of the utmost importance to me, we should strive to ensure our agencies operate as efficiently as possible to dispense with applications to deploy communications infrastructure where no additional environmental and historic preservation due diligence is required. This bill calls on the administrator of the NTIA to establish an interagency strike force that will improve collaboration between NTIA and the agencies and departments responsible for reviewing and improving communications use authorization applications. This will help NTIA bring relevant parties together to identify the obstacles and inefficiencies that have slowed progress in the past and collaborate on solutions to address these barriers, ultimately expediting the deployment of broadband infrastructure to rural and remote areas most in need. I appreciate the leadership of Representatives Duncan and Craig on this important legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the bill's sponsor, the gentleman from South Carolina's 3rd District.
The gentleman is recognized.
I want to thank the gentleman for yielding me the time. I rise today in support of H.R. 3293, the Expediting Federal Broadband Deployment Reviews Act. I want to thank House leadership for allowing this legislation to come to the floor. I also want to thank my colleagues on Energy and Commerce on both sides of the aisle for supporting this legislation in committee and supporting it here today. You know, Mr. Speaker, in the 21st century, broadband internet access is no longer a luxury, but it's a necessity. It connects our communities, it drives economic growth, and allows our constituents to fully engage with the digital age. Yet millions of Americans still lack access to reliable high-speed internet. This digital divide is a barrier to opportunity, holding back businesses, hindering education, and limiting access to essential services. H.R. 3293 takes a crucial step towards bridging this divide and streamlining the process for deploying broadband infrastructure. Currently, the review process for obtaining permits and authorizations can be lengthy and bureaucratic, causing significant delays in deployment. This bill establishes an interagency strike force to coordinate and expedite these reviews, ensuring that federal agencies prioritize broadband expansion. Streamlining these federal processes will help get broadband deployed in rural parts of America, just like the 3rd District of South Carolina. The benefits of H.R. 3293 are clear. Faster broadband deployment will create jobs, stimulate economic development, and improve the quality of life for countless Americans. Students will have access to online learning resources. Telehealth services will become more accessible, and rural communities will be better connected to the global economy. H.R. 3293 is a common-sense solution that will help us achieve universal broadband access. It's a critical investment in our future, and I urge my colleagues to support this important legislation. And with that, Mr. Speaker, probably for the last time I'll speak on the House floor, I yield back.
The gentleman yields.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of our time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia's 1st District.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the gentleman for yielding. I rise today in support of H.R. 3293, the Expediting Federal Broadband Deployment Reviews Act. Thank you to the bipartisan sponsors of this bill for their work in closing the digital divide. There are over 7 million American homes and businesses that lack access to high-speed broadband, and it is often lengthy permitting processes that contribute to this digital divide. In every industry, ranging from energy to telecommunications, the permitting process gets in the way of investment and deployment and ends up hurting consumers the most. There are so many benefits to communities having reliable internet access, such as educational and job opportunities, expansion of small business operations, and simply allowing people and services to reach new populations and areas. This important legislation ensures that broadband deployment on federal lands gets reviewed and prioritized in a timely manner while also holding the relevant agencies accountable. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve the balance of my time. That was our last speaker on the bill. I'm prepared to close if my friend, the gentleman from Florida, is.
Mr. Speaker,
The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Prepared to close.
Without objection.
First, I'd like to thank Representative Duncan for his leadership on the committee, especially in areas of energy. We worked on a lot of issues related to nuclear energy, which is going to be a key part of the clean energy future that we all care deeply about. So I wish him well in his future endeavors. Mr. Speaker, it's simple. Once the environmental and historic preservation reviews are done, or where they're not required, we have to get these broadband dollars out the door. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. As I mentioned earlier on the previous bills, the Communications and Technology Subcommittee on Energy and Commerce, we've been moving legislation to make sure we get broadband deployed across this country, because the speakers have already mentioned that broadband is not something that's a luxury, but it's a necessity. So I urge passage of the legislation today. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3293 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 7213.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7213, an act to amend the Public Health Service Act to enhance the reauthorized activities and programs relating to autism spectrum disorder and for other purposes. Senate amendment.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Bouchon, and the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Castor, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Indiana.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the Senate amendment to H.R. 7213, the Autism Collaboration, Accountability, Research, Education, and Support Act, or the Autism Cares Act of 2024, led by Representative Chris Smith. Autism affects an estimated 1 in 36 children in the United States, with recent studies showing an increasing prevalence nationwide. The Autism Cares Act of 2024 will reauthorize critical programs and activities that support autism research, services, training, and monitoring across the federal government. Importantly, it also takes steps to ensure the public and all individuals within the autism community have an opportunity to engage in and are included in the research process and other activities related to autism spectrum disorder. I thank Congressman Smith for his leadership on this and for his decades-long advocacy on behalf of those with autism. I urge my colleagues to support the underlying bill, which makes minor updates to the previous version we passed in September with over 400 votes. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the Senate amendment to H.R. 7213, the Autism Cares Act. This bipartisan legislation, sponsored by Representatives Smith and Cuellar, will authorize funding for a variety of programs that support autism education, research, and resources. Mr. Speaker, in the United States, about 1 in 36 children have been diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder. The prevalence of autism in children has been increasing every 2 years. With these worrisome statistics in mind, it is important that we reauthorize the critical research and funding for the Autism Cares Act in order to continue this collaborative nationwide program. In 2006, the original Autism Cares Act, which was then known as the Combating Autism Act, was signed into law. This law built a public health infrastructure that addresses autism on the federal level, directed by the Department of Health and Human Services. And from that point forward, over $5 billion has been invested in addressing autism through various programs related to autism research, autism support services, early detection training for medical providers, and autism education. With this legislation, we renew and expand support for federal autism programs, underscoring our commitment to addressing the growing needs of individuals with autism and their families. The legislation authorizes funding over the next 5 years to key programs under the Health Resources and Services Administration, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and the National Institutes of Health. The legislation addresses challenges related to autism and aging, inclusivity in autism research, strengthening the developmental behavioral pediatrician workforce, and mental health and communication supports, particularly for autistic individuals who may be unable or limited in their speech capabilities. At this time, I'll reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Smith.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank my good friend for yielding, and thank you to him for his leadership and my colleague on the other side of the aisle. You know, Mr. Speaker, it all started in September of 1997. 27 years ago, in Brick Township, New Jersey, parents Bobby and Billy Gallagher and their indomitable commitment to help their two children, Austin and Alana, and everyone else with autism. We met several times and continue to plan and strategize to this day. We invited the CDC to Brick, New Jersey, only to realize that the federal autism programs were woefully inadequate. Frankly, they were non-existent. They spent $287,000 per year on autism. That's it. Straight line for 5 years. It was a nothing burger, and they did nothing really of substance. So I introduced the Autism Statistics, Surveillance Research, and Epidemiology Act, the ASSURE Act, in 1998, and again in 1999. The second one, we had 199, almost half of the House of Representatives as co-sponsors. That would have established 3 to 5 autism centers of excellence, authorized serious prevalence studies, and established an Autism Advisory Committee, which we now call IAC. I am deeply grateful that the ASSURE Act was incorporated in large part by Chairman Mike Bilirakis as Title I of the Children's Health Act of 2000. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, Bobby Gallagher, now a board-certified behavior analyst, wrote an amazing book called The Brick Wall, How a Boy with No Words Spoke to the World. She points out, and it's just an amazing book, that all parents of children with autism face many, many hardships, frequent tears, agony, as well as physical, emotional, and spiritual exhaustion. Doctors had told the Gallaghers not to worry about telltale early warning signs of autism. One doctor was so uninformed, he said that their daughter, Alana, just needed a good, swift kick in the ass. She recounts, however, the big moments that she treasures deep within her heart, like when 11-year-old Austin called her mommy for the first time. It was slow and deliberate, mommy, and she said it was beautiful. Or when he asked for a cookie, they celebrated in the Gallagher household. She writes, it's a primer for everyone, and I would hope that others would read it. She said in the book, she realized why she is on this earth. I am here to fight for children with autism, close, quote unquote, and fight she and her husband Billy has, like so many others, brave and remarkable parents who deeply love their children, like Scott Badish, who's on my staff. Scott was the president of Autism Society for 10 years. Deeply, he and his wife love their son, Evan. They love their whole family. He's 37, and they have benefited from his leadership. We have benefited here in the Congress from Scott's leadership. I also, Mr. Speaker, the Autism Collaboration, Accountability, Research, and Education and Support Act, or simply Autism Cares Act of 2024, is a comprehensive reauthorization and strengthening of America's whole-of-government autism spectrum disorder initiative. As the prime author of the Autism Cares Act of 2024 and previous iterations of the law in 2011, 2014, and again in 2019, let me extend special thanks to co-sponsor Henry Cuellar for his leadership and partnership, to Brett Guthrie, chairman of the Health Committee and incoming full committee chairman, for faithfully shepherding this legislation through the committee. I want to thank my fellow New Jerseyan, Frank Pallone, and above all, I want to thank and show the deepest respect and gratitude to Kathy McMorris Rogers, a tenacious, effective, and brilliant advocate for the autism community. Thank you to Steve Scalise for making sure we're here today with the bill. And I also want to thank Susan Collins and Ben Ray Lujan for their important work over on the Senate side. Molly Brimmer, Kristen Fritsch, and Caitlin Wilson, among others, for their help, which was totally invaluable, and John McDonough and Mary Noonan, and of course Scott on my staff for their work on this bill. The bill, as we know, provides, as has already been mentioned by my colleagues, critical research goals, focuses on responsive and effective interventions for the estimated 6.8 million individuals with autism, 27% of whom, or that's 1.8 million, are profoundly autistic. According to the CDC, 1 in 36 children in the U.S., including 1 in 35 in my home state of New Jersey, are on the autism spectrum. The bill authorizes more than $1.59 billion over 5 years for programs at the NIH, CDC, and HRSA, Health Resources and Services Administration. it directs the NIH to include the scope of research, including those encountered by individuals and caregivers.
Expired.
I add an additional 1 minute to the gentleman.
The gentleman
I thank my good friend for yielding, and I'll be very brief and close, put the rest of it in the record. Autism Speaks says the Autism Cares Act is the single most important driver of autism research, training, and data collection programs at NIH, HRSA, and CDC. Autism Society, we're joined by Chris Banks, who's here. He's the CEO of Autism Society. They say it's a pivotal law for individuals with autism and their families to live fully. It is crucial to understand the immense impact this law has on the daily lives of the autism community. The Autism Association of University of Centers, they also are very, very supportive. And Profound Autism has pushed hard for this bill and its enhanced focus on individuals with profound autism, which they define as people who require lifetime 24/7 care. Urge my colleagues to support it, and the President, we hope, will sign it.
The gentleman reserve?
I reserve.
The gentlelady from Florida.
I reserve.
And the gentlelady reserves, are you prepared to close? Yeah. The gentlelady is prepared to close.
Mr. Speaker, I'll yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia's 1st District, Mr. Carter.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of the Senate amendment to H.R. 7213, the Autism Cares Act of 2024, which reauthorizes and strengthens the Autism Spectrum Disorder Research, Education, and Support Initiative through 2029. The Autism Cares Act is the single most important driver of federal investment in autism research and training programs over the past 2 decades. It has led to improvements in early intervention services, a better understanding of the prevalence of autism, and a better understanding of the co-occurring health conditions that individuals with autism people experience. Importantly, it has also been responsible for thousands of future health professionals being trained on how to screen, diagnose, and provide interventions to individuals with autism and other neurodevelopmental disabilities to improve their health and well-being. Thanks to the Autism Cares Act, many health professionals are better equipped to meet the ever-changing and diverse needs of individuals with autism and other people with neurodevelopmental disabilities. Located in my home state of Georgia, within Children's Healthcare of Atlanta, the Marcus Autism Center is one of the largest autism centers in the U.S. and is actively involved in research to pinpoint the earliest signs of autism and determine better ways to treat the disorder. Marcus integrates research into clinical practice to maximize the potential of children with autism. NIH had historically supported research grants focused on intervention and services, and I'm hopeful that with engagement from Congress and stakeholders, NIH can once again support this important research through the Centers of Excellence program. I'd like to thank Representative Chris Smith for working on this important issue, and I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Florida continue to reserve.
I reserve.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers on the legislation. I'm prepared to close. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I urge all of our colleagues to support H.R. 7213, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Indiana.
In closing, Mr. Speaker, I encourage a yes vote on this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields time. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and concur with Senate Amendment to H.R. 7213? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds having voted in the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the Senate amendment is agreed to.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
The gentleman is requesting the yeas and nays. The yeas and nays are requested. All those favoring the nays and nays will remain standing until they are counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question are postponed. Purpose of the gentleman from Indiana rise.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7224.
The clerk will report the bill.
Union Calendar Number 431, H.R. 7224, a bill to amend the Public Health Service Act to reauthorize the Stop, Observe, Ask, and Respond to Health and Wellness Training Program.
Pursuant to the rules, the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Bursham, and the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Cantor, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Indiana.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 7224, a bill to amend the Public Health Service Act to reauthorize the Stop, Observe, Ask, and Respond to Health and Wellness Training Program led by Representatives Wagner and Cohen. Individuals who have experienced human trafficking will often encounter a health care or social service provider during or after their exploitation. The Stop, Observe, Ask, and Respond, or SOAR, to Health and Wellness Training Program was signed into law in 2018 to help local healthcare professionals receive essential training to identify and care for victims of human trafficking. Reauthorizing this program will maintain a vital source of support for victims of human trafficking by ensuring communities have the resources available to provide appropriate services. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in support of H.R. 7224 to amend the Public Health Service Act to reauthorize the Stop, Observe, Ask, and Respond to Health and Wellness Training Program. This bipartisan legislation introduced by Representative Cohen would reauthorize the program administered by the Administration of Children and Families that trains healthcare and social service providers on human trafficking. The SOAR program is designed to educate healthcare providers, social workers, public health professionals, and behavioral health professionals on how to identify and respond appropriately to individuals who either have experienced trafficking or are at risk of it. This training is targeted at physicians, pharmacists, nurses, dentists, psychologists, social workers, and case managers, school counselors, public health professionals, and allied health professionals as well. Human trafficking impacts thousands of people in the United States. According to the Harvard Medical School Center for Primary Care, over 88% of human trafficking victims seek medical care in various health settings. Ensuring that our health professionals who serve on the front lines of providing medical care for human trafficking victims are appropriately trained and supported is essential. In 2019, the original SOAR to Health and Wellness Act was signed into law, which established the SOAR Health and Wellness Training Program. This program helps healthcare settings create a plan for treating human trafficking victims and support victim recovery. Since the establishment, over 90% of providers who received SOAR training reported high or very high confidence in identifying and responding to human trafficking. With the passage of the reauthorization bill, we can continue to fund this important training initiative, as well as encourage collaboration between healthcare providers and law enforcement and social service providers in the fight against human trafficking. I want to thank Representative Cohen for his leadership on this legislation, Dr. Bouchon and my colleagues on the Energy and Commerce Committee for working with us to bring this to the floor, and I encourage all of our colleagues to vote yes to continue a well-rounded national effort to combating human trafficking. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from
Mr.
Indiana.
Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 7224, which reauthorizes the Stop, Observe, Ask, and Respond to Health and Wellness Act. I'm proud to co-lead this important bill with Representative Cohen from Tennessee, and I thank him for his work. Excuse me. This bill provides healthcare professionals with training on how to identify and appropriately treat victims of human trafficking. Every 2 minutes, a child in the United States falls in the human trafficking ring. Every 2 minutes. In 2023, nearly 10,000 cases were reported to the National Human Trafficking Hotline, with over 600 of those occurring in Georgia. At some point during their captivity, many of these victims will come into contact with healthcare professionals. A doctor's visit or emergency department trip can offer a critical point of intervention for victims and a brief chance when a victim may be able to detach from traffickers. This legislation will teach healthcare professionals how to properly identify and respond to victims of human trafficking. That is why I applaud Representative Cohen for introducing this bill, and I urge my colleagues to support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve. I have no further speakers and prepared.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Florida.
Mr. Speaker, at this time, I'm pleased to yield such time as he may consume to the sponsor of this legislation, Mr. Cohen of Tennessee.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I mean, the gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate the recognition and the co-sponsorship and support. This bill came from a meeting I had in Memphis with nurses at the University of Tennessee, and they were discussing human trafficking and ways that they could be identified, and the idea came to fruition through the work of the University of Tennessee Nursing School. Human traffickers exploit tens of thousands of people in the United States, and when we talk about human trafficking here, we're basically talking about sexual trafficking. I mean, they're trafficking in workers, they're trafficking in lots of different variety of occupations, but this is women who are trafficked for sex. The actual number is difficult to determine, but it's one of the reasons we introduced the SOAR Act and several years ago, and pleased it passed and has done much good. Nurses, when they're trained, and it's shown that when they're trained, they can identify victims of sexual trafficking. And oftentimes they end up in health facilities because they get beaten by the people that put them into this position. They have wounds, they have to come to emergency rooms, and so the nurses are there to observe, and if they're trained, they're the initial source that can then get these women out of the human trafficking and prevent this scourge on a human society. This bill expanded a training program under the Department of Health and Human Services to train these workers, health and social service providers, to identify potential human trafficking victims, work with law enforcement to report and facilitate communication with such victims, refer victims to social or victim service agencies, organizations, and provide victims with coordinated care tailored to their circumstances. The program has been successful. Between September 2017 and September 2023, the Office of Trafficking in Persons hosted 222 events through which they were trained over 263,000 healthcare professionals. After receiving the training, 91.4% of the participants indicated they had high or very high confidence in their ability to identify and respond to human trafficking. The SOAR to Health and Wellness program has made tremendous strides to train the healthcare professionals on the signs of human trafficking and the appropriate steps to be taken once they identify the victim. As members of Congress, we should continue to support this program so that more people can be trained to properly identify and assist victims of human trafficking, pass the reauthorization bill here, and let our constituents know that if they are being trafficked or suspicious that someone they know is being trafficked, help is available. The Homeland Security Investigations tip line is 866-347-2423, and the National Human Trafficking Hotline is 888-373-7888. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the bill to reauthorize the SOAR Act, and I thank the committee and the committee ranking member and the committee chair for bringing the bill to the floor. I yield back the balance of the
Gentlemen, continue to reserve. Gentlelady from Florida.
Mr. Speaker, at this time, I'd like to encourage all of our colleagues to vote in favor of H.R. 7224, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in closing, I encourage a yes vote on this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7224? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana now seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill S-223.
The clerk will report the bill.
Senate 223, an act to amend the Controlled Substances Act to fix a technical error in the definitions.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Bersham, and the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Cantor, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Indiana.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of S223, a bill to amend the Controlled Substances Act to fix a technical error in the definitions led by Senator Chuck Grassley and Representative Burchett. In 2018, the First Step Act, or the FSA, included a redundantly numbered subparagraph 57 causing, quote, serious drug felony and serious violent felony to be misnumbered in statute. The misnumbering of the affected subparagraphs causes confusion in federal district courts during litigation and can result in costly mistakes when the wrong subparagraph 57 charge is used. Correcting this error is important to the efficiency and accuracy of federal criminal court cases. This bill rectifies this technical error by correctly renumbering the affected subparagraphs in the statute. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in support of S223, a bill that amends the Controlled Substances Act to fix a technical error in the definitions. This legislation, sponsored by Representatives Burchett and Cohen here in the House, would clarify the definitions of the different type of recidivist enhancements in the statute. When the First Step Act was first signed into law in 2018, it created 2 new types of recidivist enhancements: serious drug felony and serious violent felony. In the statute, however, both are numbered as paragraph 57, and this technical error has caused confusion between the 2 definitions. To prevent any further confusion with the interpretation of the statute, this bill corrects this technical error and properly numbers these definitions as different paragraphs. So I encourage my colleagues to vote yes on this legislation to prevent potential costly mistakes in federal criminal court cases, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Indiana.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I am prepared to close, and I reserve.
Gentleman may close. She is yielded back.
Okay. In closing, I encourage a yes vote on this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question now is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate Bill 223? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. This is the gentleman from Indiana.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4534 as amended.
The clerk will report the bill.
Union Calendar number 520, H.R. 4534, a bill to require a review of women and lung cancer and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Indiana and the gentlewoman from Florida will each control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Indiana.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 4534, the Women and Lung Cancer Research and Preventive Services Act of 2024, led by Representative Brendan Boyle. Lung cancer is the leading cause of cancer death for both men and women in the United States. Just this year, an estimated 230,000 Americans developed new cases of lung cancer, and about 125,000 died from the disease. Currently, 20% of women diagnosed with lung cancer are non-smokers, and women who have never smoked are more than 2 times more likely to get lung cancer than men who have never smoked. To improve our ability to screen, diagnose, and treat lung cancer, we need a better understanding of the related risk factors. This bill would review current lung cancer research in women and underserved populations, as well as identify current relevant opportunities related to education and access to prevention, detection, and treatment services. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve.
Gentleman from Indiana reserves. The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 4534, the Women and Lung Cancer Research and Preventive Services Act. This legislation, led by Representative Boyle of Pennsylvania, would require an interagency review to evaluate research on women and lung cancer. In the United States, we're seeing a concerning trend among young and middle-aged women who are being diagnosed with lung cancer. Women are disproportionately being diagnosed with lung cancer at a higher rate than men, even though many of them have never smoked. Approximately 2/3 of never smokers who have been diagnosed with lung cancer are women. A clear understanding of the existing research and innovative opportunities to reduce lung cancer mortality, particularly among women and underserved populations, is needed. The Women and Lung Cancer Research and Preventative Services Act will directly address these alarming statistics by supporting an interagency review on women and lung cancer. This important bill will allow scientists and policymakers to identify opportunities to accelerate research in this area and develop a public awareness campaign on lung cancer screening to better reach underserved populations. Led by the Department of Health and Human Services with partnership from the Departments of Defense and Veterans Affairs, the review would include a report on the status of existing research and knowledge gaps and identify opportunities for collaborative research to determine the causes of lung cancer. By passing H.R. 4534, we will move our country towards progress in reducing lung cancer mortality among women. I would like to thank Representative Boyle for his commitment and determined advocacy to ensure this legislation's success. And at this time, I'll reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield time as much as he may consume to the sponsor of this bill, Representative Boyle of Pennsylvania.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my good friend from Florida, Ms. Castor. I rise today in strong support of my bill, the Women and Lung Cancer Research and Preventative Services Act of 2024. This bipartisan legislation would require the Secretary of Health and Human Services, in consultation with the Secretaries of Defense and Veterans Affairs, to conduct an interagency review of research on women and lung cancer, as well as access to preventative services. It also calls for interagency collaboration on public awareness campaigns to increase education and promote early detection. While smoking rates continue to decline and overall lung cancer rates fall, there is one deeply concerning exception: young women who have never smoked. Studies show that women non-smokers are now twice as likely as non-smoking men to develop lung cancer. The statistics are indeed staggering. According to the American Cancer Society, 162 women in the United States die of lung cancer every single day. That's about one woman every 8 to 9 minutes. In 2024 alone, an estimated 59,280 women will lose their lives to this disease. Lung cancer remains the leading cause of cancer deaths among women, and we must do far more to address it. This bill is about solutions. By increasing access to preventative services and public awareness, we can lower the prevalence of lung cancer among women. Mr. Speaker, despite progress in preventing and treating lung cancer, disparities persist. Women continue to see slower declines in lung cancer rates as compared to men. It is past time for the federal government to step up, confront this disparity head-on, and take real action to address it. Now, today, for me, is also a bittersweet day, because much of the inspiration for this bill comes from my late colleague and friend, Congressman Rick Nolan. Rick was committed to this fight in honor of his late daughter, Katherine Benson, who courageously battled stage 4 non-small cell lung cancer until her untimely death in 2020 at just 46 years old. Catherine is survived by her husband and 4 children, and her legacy continues through this effort. I'm also proud to have worked on this proposal with the late Senator Dianne Feinstein, who was a steadfast advocate for addressing disparities in lung cancer outcomes. Senator Feinstein and I first introduced this legislation together in 2016, and her dedication to improving the lives of women impacted by lung cancer will never be forgotten. I also want to thank my friend and fellow Pennsylvanian, Congressman Brian Fitzpatrick, for co-leading this effort from across the aisle. Finally, I am grateful to the members of the Energy and Commerce Committee for helping advance this bill on both sides of the aisle, especially my good friend Brett Guthrie. Mr. Speaker, in closing, this is a common-sense, bipartisan proposal to save lives and close a glaring disparity in health care. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 4534 and stand with the countless women and families impacted by lung cancer. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
I reserve the balance of my time. I do not have any other speakers on the bill.
Gentleman from Indiana reserves. The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank Representative Boyle again for his leadership and advocacy. I urge a yes vote on H.R. 4534, the Women in Lung Cancer Research and Preventive Services Act of 2024, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
In closing, Mr. Speaker, I encourage a yes vote on this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4534 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the Chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7188 as amended.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 632, H.R. 7188, a bill to require the Secretary of Health and Human Services to conduct a national evidence-based education campaign to increase public and health care provider awareness regarding the potential risk and benefits of human cell and tissue products, transplants, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Bouchon, and the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Castor, each will control 20 minutes. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Indiana.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 7188, the Chandra Eisenga Human Cell and Tissue Product Safety Act, led by Representative Molinar. This bill was drafted in response to the passing of Chandra of Marion, Michigan on August 10, 2023, due to complications from a tuberculosis infection. Ms. Eisenga contracted TB after receiving a bone graft in April 2023 using a tissue donation from an infected donor. She was one of 36 patients in 7 states to contract TB from a tissue donation originating from this donor, resulting in 2 deaths. The bill would help raise awareness about the risks and life transformative benefits of human cell and tissue product transplants through a public awareness campaign. It would also require the FDA to take additional steps to promote public health by issuing and updating relevant guidance for industry on determining eligibility of donors of human cell and tissue products. This path forward will increase patient safety and public trust in these life-saving medical products. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 7188, the Chandra Eisenga Human Cell and Tissue Product Safety Act, sponsored by my colleagues Representative Dingell and Molinar. Stem cell therapies and related products have shown tremendous promise for delivering treatments to patients, such as bone marrow transplants for certain cancer patients, and therapies for patients with blood and immune system disorders. However, there are still rogue clinics that take advantage of patients desperate for cures. For example, there have been reports of some clinics peddling unapproved treatments with exaggerated and deceptive claims. Exposure to these unproven treatments have put the health of vulnerable patients at risk, leading to serious adverse events, including blindness, bloodstream infections, paralysis, and tumor growth. There are currently few meaningful repercussions in the human cell and tissue products industry. So this legislation would change that by providing the Food and Drug Administration with additional enforcement tools to move more quickly and effectively to protect the public. It provides a balanced approach to improving safety of human cell, tissue, and cellular and tissue-based products. First, the legislation provides clarity regarding FDA's scientific and regulatory efforts to oversee these products. Second, it also enables more effective enforcement against an establishment that does not meet its donor eligibility obligations or current good tissue practice obligations. This would also encourage responsible manufacturers to continue to develop and license products where the scientific evidence supports the product's safety, purity, and potency. This is an important bill, and at this time, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Molinar.
The gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the gentleman for yielding, and I also want to just thank my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, especially Congresswoman Dingell, my fellow Michigander, who has worked very closely with me on this, and I just want to rise today in support of this bipartisan legislation. It's the Chandra Isinga Human Cell and Tissue Product Safety Act. In 2023, 36 patients across 7 states contracted tuberculosis from infected bone grafts. One of these patients was my constituent, Chandra Isinga of Marion, Michigan, who tragically passed away on August 10th, 2023 from TB. We are joined today in the gallery by Chandra's daughter, Amber, her husband, Brandon, and their children, as well as Chandra's fiance, Leo, as well as her sister, Taryn Brunick, who also serves in my office as the director of casework. This family has been forever hurt by the loss of Chandra, and today we are taking concrete action to help stop more families from having this same terrible experience. Chandra's passing, as well as 9 other patients over the past 3 years, was completely preventable if it was not for the inadequate oversight of tissue material suppliers. When it comes to tissue donations, the FDA requires screening for diseases like hepatitis, syphilis, and HIV. This bipartisan bill will require screening for tuberculosis as well and put an end to preventable TB deaths like Chandra's. This bill will also require HHS to conduct research and public education campaigns on the risks of surgery requiring a tissue donation. I urge my colleagues to support this vital bipartisan legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Indiana reserves. The chair reminds members that the rules do not allow references to persons in the gallery. The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield such time as she may consume to Ms. Dingell of Michigan.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for yielding to me. And I really want to thank my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, and in particular my dear friend John Molinar, who we've been a team on this from the moment that we heard about this. I rise today to share my strong support for H.R. 7188, the Chandra Isinga Human Cell and Tissue Product Safety Act. And as we've talked about, I'm very proud from the moment we were notified from a public health department of what had happened. My colleague, Mr. Molinar, and I went to work on this issue. Last summer, I was contacted by the medical director of the Washtenaw County Tuberculosis Clinic, who was treating a patient, Chandra Isinga, for a severe post-surgical tuberculosis infection. Chandra was Representative Molinar's constituent, but she was being treated at the University of Michigan, a medical facility in my district. And after a month battling a severe TB infection in the intensive care unit, she unfortunately died. Since Chandra's passing, it has been discovered that her death was indeed linked to contaminated bone graft material produced by Azeo Biologic. She was one of 36 patients who received material from the contaminated lot, and as of today, this latest outbreak is linked to the deaths of 2 patients, including Chandra. This bill requires the Department of Health and Human Services to conduct public awareness campaigns to assist in preventing TB outbreaks caused by contaminated human cell and tissue product donations. We've also included an important provision to allow the Food and Drug Administration to pursue civil penalties from establishments that manufacture human cells, tissues, and cellular and tissue-based products where they put the patient at risk. Patients and their healthcare providers deserve to know the risk associated with tissue donations, and companies that make and distribute contaminated products must be held accountable for their actions that put patients in harm's way. I will actually tell you, when this happened, I had had multiple bone grafts because of osteomyelitis. And when I called I never once was warned of any danger, and my doctor was unaware of these dangers. We cannot let that ever happen again. We must protect patients and educate patients. I thank the Energy and Commerce Chair, Catherine McMorris-Rogers, and Ranking Member Frank Pallone for fighting for this important piece of legislation. And again, I would not be here without my colleague, Representative Molinar. We owe it to Chandra, her family, who are all here, who we made a commitment to last August. We would not let this happen to anybody else again. So I am happy that they see us here fighting for them on this floor. And any other patient who's been affected by contaminated bone grafts, we're here for them too. We are going to prevent these unnecessary tragedies from happening again. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from Florida is recognized. She yields. The gentlelady from Florida yields back. The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm glad we're here today. And I was a healthcare provider before I was in the Congress for 15 years. And I find when you have legislation like this that comes up, it's surprising that we have to literally, as they say, have an act of Congress to protect patients. But today is one of those days. In the healthcare space, it always disappoints me when you see, whether it's providers, whether it's organizations that provide tissue like this, where it seems like their moral character is compromised by the quest for profit. And to me, it couldn't be worse. One of the goals that I've had since I've been here, and this is probably going to be my last time on the House floor, managing a bill since I'm retiring, is to put patients first. And any legislation that we propose, and bipartisan legislation that we do, that's the number one goal. The number one goal should not be talking about the finances or other things related to legislation. At the end of the day, we do have to talk about some of those things, but at the end of the day, the goal here is to make sure that the American people get quality, affordable health care that's safe. They don't get transplants like this, that have contaminated tissue, that in this case has resulted in her death and the death of one other person, plus who knows how many other people of the 36 who have struggled with their medical care based on this. And you know, the other thing is I wish this was an isolated incident in many cases in the healthcare space. Let me tell you, the vast majority of people across the healthcare space, regardless of from providers on down to companies, do things right. They do things the right way, but every once in a while, you will find organizations or people that do not. And it's surprising to me that we have to address this with the FDA, because you would think that already, you know, this is part of the problem when you put specific diseases in what the FDA has to look at. Okay, they have to look at the HIV, and they have to look at syphilis and other things, but these tissues can have almost anything there, and so we need to make sure that they have the power and honestly the legislative authority to accomplish the goal that we all have, and that's protect patients. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this is a very important piece of legislation, and it's bigger than just this legislation. This is something that will, in perpetuity, protect patients, and so we don't end up having situations like this. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I don't have any other speakers on the legislation, and I reserve my time.
Reserves. The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Well, I just wanted to say it's been a pleasure to work with Dr. Bouchon. He's brought great intellect and passion to his service on health issues, especially at the Energy and Commerce Committee. I also want to thank Representative Molinar, Representative Dingell for their leadership on this effort. And to close, I'm pleased that Chandra Zinga's tragedy will be turned into progress and prevention for other families across the United States. I urge a yes vote on 7188 and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for those kind words. And the Energy and Commerce Committee is a committee that works in a broad bipartisan way to accomplish all kinds of things. I think if you look back at this Congress or previous Congresses, the number of pieces of legislation that come across this floor that have gone through in a bipartisan way our committee, you would find it's a substantial number of the percentage of bills that come across this floor, and it's been an honor and a privilege to work with all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I encourage a yes vote on this really important legislation. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7188 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, and 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
The rules and pass the bill H.R. 6020 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 509, H.R. 6020, a bill to amend the Public Health Service Act to eliminate consideration of the income of organ recipients and providing reimbursement of expenses to donating individuals and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Bouchon, and the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Castor, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Indiana.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 6020, the Honor Our Living Donors Act, or HOLD Act, led by Representative Jay Obernolte. This legislation will support living organ donors who give the miraculous gift of life to patients in need and their families. Donating an organ is a selfless act, and the financial burdens of donation should not stand in the way of people who are motivated to give the gift of life. Organ donors often take time off work and undergo invasive medical procedures to help patients in need. Under current law, a living donor's ability to be reimbursed for qualified expenses is based on the income of both the donor and recipient. This has proven to be an unnecessary barrier to living organ donation and has resulted in most living organ donors financing their own donations. The HOLD Act would ensure that more heroic living donors are able to access qualified reimbursements associated with organ donation. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Indiana reserves. Gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I might consume.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 6020, the Honoring Our Living Donors Act, sponsored by Representatives Obernolte and Del Bene. Living donor donation is an important option for the more than 100,000 Americans on the national transplant waiting list. However, many people who would like to donate an organ have trouble paying for their related expenses. The National Living Donor Assistance Center reduces these barriers by providing reimbursement for travel, lost wages, and dependent care expenses to people pursuing living organ donation. Currently, there are strict income restrictions on who can be reimbursed for being a living donor, including restrictions based on the income of the recipient. This bill would no longer limit donor eligibility based on the income of the recipient, allowing more donors to qualify for necessary assistance when donating organs. The bipartisan legislation is an important step towards making living donation easier for those who choose to pursue it. It would also benefit the thousands of individuals anxiously awaiting an organ transplant. I hope my colleagues will join me in this effort to strengthen and expand the National Living Donor Assistance Center program. Then I encourage all of our colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 6020, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from California, Mr. Obernolte.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honor to testify in support of my bill, the Honoring Our Living Donor Act. I think everyone can agree that there are few acts more selfless than a living donor donating an organ to somebody else in need. And Mr. Speaker, there is a desperate need for those organs. We have over 100,000 Americans currently actively awaiting a donated organ to save their lives, and yet we don't have enough donations to go around. It will also come as no surprise that the act of donating an organ comes with substantial financial liability and risk for the donors. There is time off work to be considered. It's an invasive medical procedure with, in some cases, an extensive recovery. There are expenses like child care, travel expenses. All of these things make it very expensive to donate an organ. That is why the National Living Donor Assistance Center was established by Congress to help fund these badly needed donations. However, it is not enough. Over 90% of the active living donors who donate an organ currently do so at their own expense. And one of the reasons for that is because it is so difficult to qualify under the current guidelines. In fact, it is means tested so that it is dependent on the sum of the income of the organ donor and the organ recipient. And I think we should all be able to agree that that is nonsensical. Only the income of the donor should matter. And that's why this bill is so important. This bill makes that simple change that will hopefully incentivize more people to undertake the selfless act of donating an organ. I thank you for your consideration, Mr. Speaker, and I respectfully urge adoption of the whole act. I yield back.
Gentleman from California yields back. The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
I'm prepared to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
I'd just like to thank Representative Obernolte for his very thoughtful legislation. Also to Representative Del Bene, urge a yes vote on H.R. 6020 and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in closing, I urge a yes vote on this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6020 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Purpose of the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill S-4610.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 4610, an act to amend Title 36 the United States Code to designate the bald eagle as the national bird.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Fry, and the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Scanlon, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on S-4610.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the bald eagle has long been associated with and a symbol of the United States. It was first adopted in the Great Seal of the United States in 1782. Versions of the Great Seal are used in the seal of the President of the United States, the House of Representatives, the Senate, and by countless federal agencies and departments. The bald eagle appears on the flags and insignia of our military, on our passports, and our currency. It appears on the flags and the seals of several states as well. The bald eagle is also important to Native American tribes across the United States. It plays a key role in sacred belief systems and traditions, stories, ceremonies, and insignias. Despite this long and intertwined history of the United States and the bald eagle, it has not been officially designated as our national bird. S-4610 would change that. This bill would amend Title 36 to enshrine the bald eagle as the national bird, along with our national anthem, national motto, and other symbols of our country. I urge my House colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of Senate Bill 4610, a bill that would amend Chapter 3 of Title 36 of the United States Code, which codifies various national symbols to designate the bald eagle as our national bird. The bald eagle, native to North America, is a long-standing and cherished symbol, as well as one for whom football fans in my district share a special affection. However, it may surprise people to know that the law does not already designate the bald eagle as our national bird. In 1782, the bald eagle was adopted as part of the coat of arms for the Great Seal of the United States. It's been incorporated into the seals of the United States House of Representatives and the U.S. Senate, the President and Vice President of the United States, and various government departments and agencies. It's also deeply embedded into our culture as a symbol of patriotism, reflecting the strength, majesty, and grace of our great nation. However, by the 1960s, this powerful symbol of American freedom was on its way to extinction due to the combined impact of environmental hazards and habitat loss. In the late 1970s, the bald eagle was designated as endangered in many of the lower 48 states. But today, its population has recovered significantly, thanks to targeted conservation measures spearheaded by the federal government and private individuals. These included habitat protection, the banning of certain poisons and pesticides, and captive breeding programs, all of which led the bald eagle being removed from the endangered species list and to its becoming a symbol of how the Endangered Species Act can save wildlife from extinction. The bald eagle population in the lower 48 states has increased from 417 nesting pairs in 1963 to more than 71,400 nesting pairs and 316,700 individual birds today. So in bringing this bill to the floor, we want to applaud the efforts of Senators Amy Klobuchar, Cynthia Lummis, Mark Wayne Miller, and Tina Smith, as well as Representatives Brad Finstad and Angie Craig. I urge the House to pass this legislation to designate the bald eagle as the national bird, or as we say in Philadelphia, go birds, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady is recognized.
I'm prepared to close.
The lady is recognized.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I support this legislation, urge all members to pass it, and send it to the President's desk. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I echo the sentiments of my colleague from across the aisle and urge my colleagues to support Senate Bill 4610.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate Bill 4610? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Bill S3998.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 3998, an act to provide for the permanent appointment of certain temporary district judgeships.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Fry, and the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Scanlon, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on S3998.
Without objection.
I yield such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this Congress has already taken the most important step to stabilizing our overworked federal courts. Last week, the House joined the Senate in decisively passing the Judge Act of 2024. Dozens of Democrats joined Republicans to finally add much-needed judgeships for the first time in 20 years. We urge the President to set aside partisan politics and sign the bill into law. The bill before us today, S3998, is another piece of critical legislation aimed at alleviating the backlog of our federal courts. The Federal Judiciary Stabilization Act of 2024 further aids the federal judiciary by converting 10 temporary judgeships into permanent ones. Importantly, this bill does not create any new vacancies. Instead, this bill ensures that districts don't lose a judgeship if a judge retires or takes senior status after a temporary judgeship expires in the future. This bill makes permanent judgeships in Alabama, Arizona, California, Florida, Hawaii, Kansas, Missouri, New Mexico, North Carolina, and Texas. Passing this bill will provide stability to the regions of those states that have come to rely on these temporary judgeships since their creation, in some cases more than 30 years ago. This bill takes into account the recommendations of the Judicial Conference of the United States and is sorely needed. I urge my colleagues in the House to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from South Carolina reserves. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of Senate Bill 3998, the Federal Judiciary Stabilization Act, a bill to convert 10 temporary federal judgeships to permanent seats. Our country is facing a serious judicial shortage and has for some time. The last bill creating federal district court judgeships was passed into law over 30 years ago. Since that time, the federal caseload has ballooned, and it's become increasingly difficult to ensure that Americans are able to have their day in court. This need spurred Republicans and Democrats to seek passage of the Judges Act earlier this year before the November election. That bill was predicated on an agreement to give 25 judicial appointments to the unknown at that time next president. I was disappointed that Republican leadership held the bill until after the election in order to ensure that their candidate controlled the appointments. It was very disappointing to have politics introduced on what should have been a bipartisan bill. We can't go back in time and pass the Judges Act before the election, but we can pass this legislation on a bipartisan basis to prevent the loss of 10 federal judgeships when the current temporary judgeships expire. Temporary judgeships are designed to help district courts reduce unusually large backlogs. Short-term judgeships look very similar to permanent ones. They're created by Congress, and the judges are appointed by the president to a lifetime judgeship. However, after a temporary judgeship expires, the next person to retire or otherwise leave the bench in that judicial district is simply not replaced. That's exactly what will happen if these 10 temporary judgeships are allowed to lapse. When a judge retires, no new nominee will be sent to Congress. Those judicial districts will lose judgeships on which they've relied for at least 2 decades, and Americans living in those districts will have trouble accessing justice. We may call these judgeships temporary, but it's clear they're needed on a permanent basis. The 10 judgeships at issue today in S3998 have been reauthorized again and again. Since they were first authorized over 20 years ago, our nation has grown, and with it the demands on our federal judicial system have grown too. Making these 10 temporary judgeships permanent will ensure that people living and working in those communities have a federal court system that's more responsive to their needs. The Federal Judiciary Stabilization Act is the product of bipartisan, bicameral work. I would thank my colleagues in both chambers, Senators Mazie Hirono and Ted Cruz, along with Representatives Ted Lieu and Lance Gooden, for their hard work on this bill. The Senate passed this bill in April, so if the House passes it today, it will go directly to the President's desk. I'm proud to support this bill. I urge all of my colleagues to do the same. and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady is recognized.
I'm prepared to close.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this legislation will strengthen the rule of law and access to justice and provide stability to our judiciary by ensuring the number of federal judges doesn't decrease when these temporary judgeships expire. Each of these judicial districts has relied on these temporary judgeships for decades, and it's long past time that we make them permanent. This bill is a small but meaningful step toward making our courthouse doors accessible to all Americans, regardless of where they live. And I hope we can replicate this bipartisan work again in the future. I urge all members to support this bill and send it to the President's desk, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I echo the comments of my colleague from across the aisle, and I urge my colleagues in the House to support this bipartisan, bicameral piece of legislation, S3998, and with that I yield.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate Bill 3998? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed.
Mr. Speaker,
For what purpose the gentleman seek recognition?
I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass S5314.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 5314, an act to designate the medical center at the Department of Veterans Affairs in Tulsa, Oklahoma, as the James Mountain Inhofe VA Medical Center.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Tucano, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on S5314.
Without objection?
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of S5314, a bill to designate the medical center of the Department of Veterans Affairs in Tulsa, Oklahoma, as the James Mountain Inhofe VA Medical Center. Senator James Inhofe was born in 1934 in Des Moines, Iowa. He was drafted into the Army in 1956 and served until 1958. After serving Oklahoma state politics and serving as a mayor of Tulsa, Senator Inhofe was elected to the U.S. House of Representatives, representing Oklahoma's 1st District. Senator Inhofe then represented the state of Oklahoma in the United States Senate from 1994 until 2023. Senator Inhofe chaired the Senate Armed Services Committee and was instrumental in passing legislation which ensures our nation's defense and the well-being of our service members. Senator Inhofe will be remembered for his long legacy of public service, from the U.S. Army to the U.S. Senate, and I'm proud to name this VA Medical Center after him. Anyone who knew Senator Inhofe knew how much he cared for our nation's men and women in uniform. I want to thank the sponsors of this bill, Senator Lankford, as well as the entire Oklahoma delegation, and I urge my colleagues to support S5314. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to express my support. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to express my support for S5314, a bill to designate the Medical Center of the Department of Veterans Affairs in Tulsa, Oklahoma, as the James Mountain Inhofe VA Medical Center, introduced by Senator Langford of Oklahoma. This legislation is a fitting tribute to the long and dedicated service of former U.S. Senator James Inhofe, whose legacy is defined by his unwavering commitment to serving Oklahoma's veterans and ensuring that they receive the care and services they've earned. Born and raised in Tulsa, Senator Inhofe has served in the Army before becoming a senator. He demonstrated a lifelong commitment to service to his community until his death earlier this year. As we continue to make investments and support construction projects to improve veterans' access to care at VA facilities, we will remember Senator Inhofe's tireless support of the new VA medical facility that is currently under construction and that will soon bear his name. Mr. Speaker, I support S. 5314 and ask that my colleagues do the same. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd now like to yield 2 minutes to my good friend from Oklahoma, the Honorable Kevin Hearn.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with great honor and pride to the legacy of the remarkable Oklahoma Senator James Mountain Inhofe and to support S. 5314, a bill sponsored by my colleague Senator Langford to name the new VA Medical Center in Tulsa after this towering figure in our state's history, and I would argue in our nation's history. This new 275,000 square foot building with 58 beds, medical and surgical rooms, and this VA hospital will bear the name of James Mountain Inhofe VA Medical Center, a fitting tribute to a man who dedicated his career championing our military, our veterans, and their families. Senator Inhofe's legacy of service is unmatched. From his early days as mayor of Tulsa to his decades in the Senate, he fought tirelessly for the men and women who wear the uniform of this nation. I want to thank Senator Langford for leading this effort in the Senate and for ensuring the unanimous passage of this important bill. It was an honor to introduce companion legislation in the House alongside the Oklahoma delegation, knowing how much this hospital's name will mean to our veterans and their families. For those of us privileged to call Senator Inhofe a friend, this is deeply personal. His unwavering dedication to our state and our nation, his tireless advocacy for those who serve, and his steadfast leadership left an indelible mark for every corner of Oklahoma. Naming this hospital in his honor ensures his legacy will endure, reminding us all of the standard he set as a public servant. Oklahomans knew Senator Inhofe as their senator, their mayor, their advocate, and most importantly, their friend. This designation is more than a tribute. It's a promise to carry forward his commitment to the men and women who sacrificed so much for the freedom of our nation. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers, and I reserve the balance of my time. I'm ready to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
From California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do ask all my colleagues to join me in passing S. 5314 to designate the Medical Center of the Department of Veterans Affairs in Tulsa, Oklahoma, as the James Mountain Inhofe VA Medical Center. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Speaker, once again, I encourage all members to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 5314? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass S. 3938.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 3938, an act to designate the community-based outpatient clinic of the Department of Veterans Affairs in Lynchburg, Virginia as the private first-class Desmond T. Doss VA Clinic.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on S. 3938.
Without objection.
Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of S3938, a bill that designates the community-based outpatient clinic of the Department of Veterans Affairs in Lynchburg, Virginia, as the private first-class Desmond T. Doss VA clinic. Desmond T. Doss was born in Lynchburg, Virginia in 1919 and enlisted in the U.S. Army in 1942 after the Japanese had attacked Pearl Harbor. In 1944, he took part in both the Battle of Guam and the Battle of the Philippines, serving as a medic in the 77th Infantry Division. While serving in those battles, he earned 2 Bronze Stars for exceptional valor in assisting wounded soldiers while under fire. In 1945, during the Battle of Okinawa, PFC Doss saved an estimated 75 wounded men atop the infamous Hacksaw Ridge. For his heroism, he was awarded the Medal of Honor by President Truman. After the war, he raised a son with his wife, Dorothy, on a small farm in Georgia. PFC Doss remains a testament to the American spirit and an example of going above and beyond to answer the call of duty. By naming the VA clinic after him, his story of service will be told for generations of Americans. And I want to thank the sponsor of the bill, Senator Warner, as well as the entire Virginia delegation, and I urge my colleagues to support S3938. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to express my support for S3938, a bill to designate the Department of Veterans Affairs community-based outpatient clinic in Lynchburg, Virginia, as the private first-class Desmond T. Doss VA clinic. I thank my colleague, Senator Warner, for introducing it. Private first-class Doss served with extraordinary courage during many of World War II's fiercest battles. His actions saved the lives of hundreds of his fellow soldiers, despite never being an active combatant, and his story is nothing short of heroic. I'm proud to support this bill to honor his service. The son of a decorated World War I veteran, Mr. Doss was raised in Lynchburg, Virginia as a devout Seventh-day Adventist. A cornerstone of his faith was pacifism. But despite this, he enlisted into the Army in April of 1942 following the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. During our nation's darkest hour, he made the patriotic decision to balance his religious belief in nonviolence with a calling to protect his nation by pursuing a non-armed role as an Army medic. Assigned to 2nd Platoon Company B, 1st Battalion, 307th Infantry, 77th Infantry Division, Private First Class Doss soon found himself in some of the Pacific Theater's most intense combat. Notably, he was awarded 2 Bronze Star medals for exceptional valor in Guam and the Philippines, aiding wounded soldiers under fire. Private First Class Doss and the members of the 77th Infantry Division were assigned a major role during the Battle of Okinawa in 1945, the bloodiest conflict in the Pacific. The nearly 3-month-long battle resulted in roughly 49,000 American casualties, including 13,000 service members who were killed in action. Private First Class Doss demonstrated extraordinary heroism during the Battle of Okinawa, saving upwards of 100 soldiers over the course of the conflict while routinely placing himself in the line of fire. Many of the casualties he saved were during operations during the notorious Maeda Escarpment, commonly called Hacksaw Ridge. Time and again in the conflict, Private First Class Doss exposed himself to heavy rifle and mortar fire to provide aid to wounded soldiers and evacuate them to safety. Even when Private First Class Doss sustained his own injuries, he never gave up on providing aid to his fellow soldiers. While tending to wound soldiers during a night raid, Private First Class Doss was seriously wounded in the legs from a grenade blast. To avoid having another medic risk his life to save him, he valiantly cared for his own wounds and waited 5 hours before a medical evacuation team could reach him. Noticing a critically wounded soldier nearby, Private First Class Doss crawled off the litter he was laying on and ensured his evacuation team cared for that man first. In all, Private First Class Doss saved the lives of 75 wounded infantrymen. For his tremendous bravery and heroism, Private First Class Doss was awarded the Medal of Honor by President Harry S. Truman on October 12, 1945. The immense courage, sacrifice, and patriotism that Private First Class Doss displayed while serving in the Pacific Theater are in many ways unfathomable. As a nation, we owe him a debt of gratitude that can never be fully repaid, but we should commit to honoring his legacy. I can think of no better way to ensure that his service is remembered for generations to come. Mr. Speaker, I support this important piece of legislation, and I ask that my colleagues do the same. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, Representative Good.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I proudly support the legislation to name the Lynchburg, Virginia VA Clinic after Private First Class Desmond T. Doss, a World War II hero and Medal of Honor recipient. This bill, S. 3938, is the Senate companion following and complementing my original legislation, and I thank Senator Warner for joining me in championing this cause. Desmond Doss is greatly admired in my district, and in May of 2023, at the request of some of my constituents, I introduced a bill to rename the Lynchburg VA Clinic after him in honor of his outstanding legacy. It's fitting for the building that provides health care services to our nation's heroes to be named after one who dedicated his military career to saving as many lives as possible. A devout Seventh-day Adventist, Doss believed that killing in all circumstances was wrong. Nevertheless, he still chose to serve his country as a medic in the United States Army when called upon during World War II. Doss proved his heroism in battle and under fire and became the first conscientious objector to be awarded the Medal of Honor after fearlessly saving 75 wounded men in the Battle of Okinawa. As the Medal of Honor citation describes, Doss refused to seek cover and remained in the fire-swept area with the many stricken, carrying them one by one to the edge of the escarpment and there lowering them on a rope-supported litter down the face of a cliff to friendly hands. The citation describes many more instances where Doss disregarded his own personal safety to protect others. Many Americans saw his story depicted in the popular 2016 movie Hacksaw Ridge. His extraordinary bravery was true faith in action. Although he didn't have to pay the ultimate price in battle, he lived the words of Jesus in the Gospel of John, "Greater love has no one than this, than to lay down one's life for his friends." Doss's humble beginnings were in my district in Lynchburg, Virginia, and Lynchburg has always loved him. In 1945, the city threw a parade in his honor, but it's been nearly 80 years since then, and Lynchburg wants another opportunity to celebrate one of our most heroic citizens. Today, if the House passes this bill, it will be sent to the President's desk, and this Congress will have done a small thing to honor a great man. I trust my colleagues will join me in voting yes. In conclusion, I thank the entire Virginia delegation for uniting behind this bill. I'd especially like to thank Steve Bozeman, my veteran constituent who came to me with this idea. Steve Bozeman leads a weekly Support the Troops gathering in Lynchburg, Virginia, and this group of mostly veterans has met without fail every Friday for more than 20 years, so well over 1,000 consecutive Fridays to honor our veterans and our military service members. Finally, I want to express my gratitude for the sacrifices made by all veterans and service members who fought to keep our nation safe. It's been a privilege to represent you in Congress, and I yield back.
Speaker, I have no more speakers. I'm ready to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask all my colleagues to join me in passing S. 3938 to designate the Department of Veterans Affairs community-based outpatient clinic in Lynchburg, Virginia as the Private First Class Desmond T. Doss VA Clinic. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Yields. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Speaker, once again, I encourage all members to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 3938? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4955.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 4955, a bill to name the community-based outpatient clinic of the Department of Veterans Affairs in Monroeville, Pennsylvania as the Henry Parham VA Clinic.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 4955.
Without objection.
Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 4955, a bill to designate the community-based outpatient clinic of the Department of Veterans Affairs in Monroeville, Pennsylvania, as the Henry Parham VA Clinic. Henry Parham was born in 1921 in Greenville, Virginia, and was drafted into World War II in 1942. In June of 1944, he took part in the D-Day landing in France. Serving in the 320th Very Low Altitude Anti-Aircraft Brigade Balloon Battalion, his unit was responsible for downing dozens of enemy aircraft. After the war, he returned home. In his spare time, kept serving his community by volunteering with his wife in their local VA. He was also the last surviving African American who took part in the D-Day landings and when he passed away in 2021. Henry Parham is a great example of what it means to live a life of service, and I'm proud to name this VA clinic after him to continue to tell the story of service and that inspires future generations. I want to thank the sponsor of the bill, Representative Lee, as well as the entire Pennsylvania delegation. I urge all my colleagues to support the bill, H.R. 4955, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to express my support for H.R. 4955. This bill will designate the Department of Veterans Affairs community-based outpatient clinic in Monroeville, Pennsylvania as the Henry Parham VA Clinic. And I thank my colleague, Representative Lee, for introducing this bill. A member of a segregated Army unit, Private First Class Parham was likely the last surviving African-American D-Day combat veteran. His heroic actions during perhaps the most famous military operation in American history are worthy of our continued gratitude. And it is my pleasure to support this bill to do just that. Mr. Parham was born in Emporia, Virginia, where in November 1921, and was the son of a sharecropper. With limited educational opportunities in Emporia for African Americans, Mr. Parham moved to Richmond as a teenager to begin work as a porter for Trailways buses. Pardon me. Following American entry into World War II, Mr. Parham was drafted into the Army at age 21. His unit, the 320th Balloon Battalion, had the mission of protecting ground forces by raising hydrogen-filled balloons to disrupt and down enemy aircraft. The 320th, an all-black unit, initially trained in Tennessee before being sent to England in 1943 to prepare for the D-Day invasion. Thank you. Landing on Omaha Beach hours after the first wave of American troops, Private First Class Parham and his unit encountered heavy German fire and casualties spread across the battlefield. Private First Class Parham survived the assault at Omaha Beach, and his service continued in the months to come. Private First Class Parham and the 320th remained at Omaha Beach for 2 months following the June 6th invasion. Now, this unit played a critical role in protecting supply lines and troop movements for follow-on operations in the region. The actions of Private First Class Parham and the 320th were crucial to the ultimate defeat of Nazi forces and Allied victory in Europe. Now, Private First Class Parham and the 320th returned to the United States in November 1944. They were stationed in Hawaii. The unit began preparing for deployment to the Pacific as part of the planned invasion of Japan. They were still in Hawaii when atomic bombs were dropped on Japan in August 1945, ending the war. Now, after World War II ended, Mr. Parham and his wife Ethel settled in Wilkinsburg, Pennsylvania, just outside of Pittsburgh, and he worked as a heavy equipment operator for years in the region. Following his retirement, both Mr. and Mrs. Parham became active volunteers at local VA hospitals and with the American Legion. Mr. Parham, like so many members of the greatest generation, answered his nation's call to serve to protect democracy at home and abroad. And during a time of racial division, Mr. Parham remained committed to a country that often treated him as a second-class citizen. His actions with the 320th Barrage Balloon Battalion on D-Day and in the months that followed are deserving of our continued gratitude and respect. What's more, his work with fellow veterans as a volunteer in his post-military life demonstrated a lifelong commitment to our nation's heroes. There is perhaps no better way to honor Mr. Parham than to ensure that his community facility bears his name and helps to educate the public about his service. Mr. Speaker, I support this important piece of legislation, and I ask my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers, and I'm ready to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, at this time, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the author of H.R. 4955, my very good friend who serves on the Oversight and Accountability Committee and the Science, Space, and Technology Committee, the gentlewoman from the state of Pennsylvania, Representative Summer Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of my bill to designate the new Department of Veterans Affairs community-based outpatient clinic in Monroeville, Pennsylvania, as the Henry Parham VA Clinic. Private First Class Henry Parham, who, at the time of his passing on July 4th, 2021, was believed to be the last surviving Black combat veteran of D-Day. He passed away at the Pittsburgh VA Medical Center at the age of 99, leaving behind an extraordinary legacy of courage, resilience, and service. Drafted into the Army at just 21 years old, Mr. Parham joined the 320th Barrage Balloon Battalion, the only Black combat unit to land on D-Day. Unable to swim on that day, Mr. Parham waded through neck-high water onto Omaha Beach, carrying his equipment under the chaos of enemy fire, praying for survival. And for 2 months, he and his battalion stood watch, aiding the flow of supplies and reinforcements to sustain Allied forces and turning the tide of the war. When asked about his service, Mr. Parham said simply, "I did my duty. I did what I was supposed to do as an American." That sense of responsibility defined him. After the war, Mr. Parham, like so many Black veterans, returned to a country that denied him the very freedoms he had fought to protect. But he endured, devoting his life to service, spending decades volunteering at the Pittsburgh VA Medical Center and his local American Legion, alongside his wife of 54 years, Ethel. His dedication earned him recognition in his later years, including the French Legion of Honor. In September 2023, the VA opened the Monroeville community-based outpatient clinic to improve veterans' access to primary and specialty outpatient services in our region. Naming this facility after Henry Parham will serve as both a tribute to his legacy and an acknowledgement of the immense sacrifices made by veterans like him, those who fought for freedom abroad while enduring injustice at home. It's a testament to their courage and their unyielding belief in this nation's promise, even when that promise was denied them. And in honoring Mr. Parham, let us continue to honor all veterans by ensuring they receive the highest quality of care and support they deserve. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank Congressman Reschenthaler for co-leading this effort with me, Senators Fetterman and Casey for their leadership in the Senate, and the entire Pennsylvania delegation for their support. I urge my colleagues to pass this bill, and I thank you and yield back.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers. I'm prepared to close. I reserve.
The gentleman is recognized.
I ask all my colleagues to join me in passing H.R. 4955 to designate the Department of Veterans Affairs community-based outpatient clinic in Monroeville, Pennsylvania as the Henry Parham VA Clinic. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Speaker, once again, I encourage the members to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4955? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 8667.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 8667, a bill to rename the community-based outpatient clinic of the Department of Veterans Affairs in Cadillac, Michigan as the Dwayne E. Dewey VA Clinic.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Tucano, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 8667.
Without objection.
Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I rise today to support the H.R. 8667, a bill to rename the community-based outpatient clinic of the Department of Veterans Affairs in Cadillac, Michigan as the Dwayne E. Dewey VA Clinic. Dwayne Dewey was born in Grand Rapids, Michigan in 1931 and established in the U.S. Marine Corps during the height of the Korean War. Serving as a machine gunner, he was wounded by a grenade that landed by his feet. While being treated for his wounds, another enemy grenade landed near him, and without regard for his life, Corporal Dewey jumped on the grenade as it exploded. For his actions, he earned the Medal of Honor, which was awarded to him by President Eisenhower. After being medically discharged from the active duty in 1952, he went on to start his own business and serve as chaplain at the AMVETS post named in his honor in Baldwin, Michigan. I want to thank the sponsor of this bill, Representative Molinar, as well as the entire Michigan delegation for honoring their fellow Michigander, with this tribute. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 8667, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to express my support for H.R. 8667, a bill to designate the Department of Veterans Affairs community-based outpatient clinic in Cadillac, Michigan as the Dwayne E. Dewey VA Clinic, introduced by Representative Molinar. Risking his own life to protect his fellow Marines, Corporal Dewey demonstrated incredible bravery while serving in the Korean War. His heroic service deserves to be memorialized in his home state of Michigan, and I'm proud to support this bill to do just that. Born in Grand Rapids, Michigan, Mr. Dewey was a foundry worker at the National Motor Casting at the beginning of the Korean War. Determined to support his nation, he enlisted in the Marine Corps Reserves in 1951 for an indefinite enlistment. Corporal Dewey completed basic training at Marine Corps Recruit Depot, Parris Island, South Carolina. He then underwent intensive combat training at Camp Pendleton, California. At the completion of his training, Corporal Dewey deployed to Korea as a member of Weapons Platoon Company E, 2nd Battalion, 5th Marines in September 1951. Now, Corporal Dewey and the members of Company E participated in the United Nations Summer-Fall Offensive of 1951 and in the second winter of fighting during the Korean War. On April 16, 1952, Corporal Dewey and the roughly 80-member Company E found themselves under attack near Panmunjom Panmunjom, a village at the border between what is now North Korea and South Korea. Outnumbered by nearly 700 enemy forces, Corporal Dewey directed his machine gun squad to provide continuous suppressive fire. Now, as Corporal Dewey was being treated for wounds sustained by a grenade explosion, another grenade landed in their vicinity. Now, despite his injuries, Corporal Dewey immediately alerted his machine gun squad members and the hospital corpsman treating his wounds that a grenade had just landed. Corporal Dewey launched himself on top of the grenade to minimize impact to his fellow Marines, sacrificing his own safety and saving the lives of many of his fellow soldiers. The grenade exploded, lifting him off the ground and leaving serious wounds throughout his body. Corporal Dewey was evacuated to hospitals in Japan and then back to the United States for treatment and rehabilitation for his serious shrapnel and gun wounds. He was released from active duty on August 19, 1952. For his heroic actions, Corporal Dewey was awarded the Medal of Honor in 1953. He was the first person to be awarded the Medal of Honor by President Dwight D. Eisenhower, who famously told Dewey that, quote, he must have a body of steel, end quote. The uncommon valor Corporal Dewey displayed while serving in Korea is worth our continued recognition and appreciation. His service is a reminder of the sacrifices that Americans from all walks of life have made in defense of our freedoms. It is fitting to honor his legacy by naming the VA clinic in Cadillac, Michigan for Corporal Dewey. Mr. Speaker, I support this important piece of legislation, and I ask my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the sponsor of this legislation, Mr. Molnar from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the gentleman for yielding and for his kind words and for the gentleman's kind words. I rise in support of this bipartisan legislation to rename the Veterans Affairs Outpatient Clinic in Cadillac, Michigan, in honor of the late Corporal Dwayne Dewey, a Michigan native and a U.S. Marine. Corporal Dewey was extraordinarily brave in his service to our nation. In April of 1952, Corporal Dewey was serving as the leader of a machine gun squad in Korea when he came under fire. After hours of fighting, an enemy grenade fell at his feet. It exploded and Dewey was injured. Then, as he was being treated for his wounds, a second grenade launched and landed near his position. Dewey alerted his fellow Marines of the danger and rushed to smother the explosive. In this moment of bravery, he used his body to cover the explosive and saved the members of his squad. Miraculously, Dwayne survived the blast, and he returned home to Michigan to recover from his injuries. He was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor by President Dwight Eisenhower, who did joke that Dwayne has a body of steel. Dwayne's Medal of Honor citation read in part, "His indomitable courage, outstanding initiative, and valiant efforts on behalf of others in the face of almost certain death reflect the highest credit upon Corporal Dewey and enhance the finest traditions of the U.S. Naval Service." Dwayne Dewey lived a humble life. He served his community as a school bus driver and ran an office machine repair shop. He remained involved in the veterans community and spoke to his fellow veterans frequently, offering them encouraging, sharing his story. My legislation to remain this VA clinic in his home state is fitting honor for Dwayne's service to our nation and his lifelong support of veterans. And I ask my colleagues to support this legislation. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Speaker, I have no more speakers, and I'm ready to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask all my colleagues to join me in passing H.R. 8667 to designate the Department of Veterans Affairs Community-Based Outpatient Clinic in Cadillac, Michigan as the Dwayne E. Dewey VA Clinic. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Speaker, I once again encourage all members to support the legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 8667? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 9124.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 9124, a bill to name the Department of Veterans Affairs Community-Based Outpatient Clinic in Auburn, California as the Louis A. Conter VA Clinic.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 9124.
Without objection.
Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 9124, a bill to name the Department of Veterans Affairs Community-Based Outpatient Clinic in Auburn, California, the Louis A. Conter VA Clinic. Louis Conter was born in Wisconsin in 1921. He enlisted in the Navy in 1939 and was assigned to the infamous USS Arizona. On the morning of December 7, 1941, Louis was standing watch on the deck of the Arizona when it came under attack by the Japanese bombers. As the infamous explosion that ignited the ship's magazine happened, Louis was thrown to the ground. As the ship began to sink, he aided the wounded. He was deployed to the Pacific Theater and was shot. In the following days, Louis helped put the fires out and recover the bodies from the wreckage. Now, following the attack, as the war kicked into high gear, Louis was selected for pilot training. He deployed to the Pacific Theater and was shot down twice. But again, all odds, by defying all odds, he survived and reached the rank of lieutenant, earning the Distinguished Flying Cross. Louis was reactivated during the Korean War in the 1950s, eventually retiring from the Navy in 1967 as the rank of a lieutenant commander. After his service, he lived out the rest of his life as a real estate developer and author. Louis Conter was the last known survivor of the USS Arizona before passing away on April 1st, 2024. I'm proud to name the VA clinic after him to memorialize his historic story of service. I want to thank the sponsor of this bill, Representative Kiley, as well as the entire California delegation. I urge all of my colleagues to support H.R. 9124, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to express my support for H.R. 9124, a bill to designate the Department of Veterans Affairs Community-Based Outpatient Clinic in Auburn, California as the Louis A. Conter VA Clinic, introduced by Representative Kiley of California. Lieutenant Commander Louis A. Conter was the last remaining survivor of the attack on the USS Arizona at Pearl Harbor. He embodied the highest ideals of military service and American valor, and I'm proud to support this bill to honor his service. Now, during the fateful attack on Pearl Harbor on December 7, 1941, he helped evacuate shipmates who were blinded, wounded, and burned. In the days following the attack, he helped recover bodies and put out smoldering fires. Lou Conter's heroic actions saved the lives of many of his shipmates. Now, Mr. Conter continued to serve with distinction throughout World War II as a naval aviation pilot, earning the Distinguished Flying Cross for rescuing 219 Australians trapped by Japanese troops in New Guinea. And later, during the Korean War, he served as both an intelligence officer and naval aviation pilot aboard the USS Bonhomme Richard. In addition to the Distinguished Flying Cross, he was awarded the Navy Commendation Medal and became the first recipient of the USS Arizona Medal of Freedom. Now, after retiring from active duty, he continued to serve the nation as a military intelligence officer to 3 presidents, Dwight D. Eisenhower, John F. Kennedy, and Lyndon B. Johnson. In the 1950s, he helped establish the Navy's Survival, Evasion, Resistance, and Escape, or SERE, or SEER training program. Following his retirement from the Navy in 1967, after 28 years of service, Lieutenant Commander Conter remained active in his community. He generously shared his experiences at veteran ceremonies and delivered lectures to students. His passing on April 1st of this year marked the end of a life dedicated to service and preservation of American military history. He is very deserving of this recognition for his decades of service to a grateful nation. Mr. Speaker, I support this important piece of legislation and ask my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now would like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley, who is the sponsor of this legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am truly grateful that today the House is taking up my legislation to honor a truly extraordinary constituent of mine who we lost earlier this year. My bill will rename the Auburn VA facility after Grass Valley resident and World War II veteran, Lieutenant Commander Lou Conter. And it's notable that in order to advance this legislation, we actually had to get the signatures of each and every member of the California Congressional House delegation. That's 52 people who came together and all signed on to this bill. And I think it speaks to what a true American hero Lou Conter was. He was, in fact, the last survivor of the attack on the USS Arizona during Pearl Harbor. And on that fateful day in 1941, Commander Conter heroically evacuated shipmates who were blinded, wounded, or burned, even restraining some of his fellow shipmates from jumping overboard into the burning sea. Then, in the days after the attack, he helped with recovering bodies and putting out fires. Lou Conter's heroic actions saved the lives of many of his shipmates. But not only that, he continued to serve our country for decades following Pearl Harbor. He flew over 200 combat missions. On one of those missions, Commander Conter would be awarded with the Distinguished Flying Cross for actively taking part in the rescue of 219 Australians trapped by Japanese troops in New Guinea. He later served in the Korean War and retired from the Navy in 1967 after 23 years as a lieutenant commander. He resided in Grass Valley, California, until his death earlier this year at the age of 102. Lieutenant Commander Conter dedicated his life to the service of others and the sacrifice for our country. His courage, along with that of so many from the greatest generation, have left an indelible mark on our country and defined our national character in so many ways. Following his passing this last April, there really could be no better way to honor Lieutenant Commander Conter and his enduring legacy than naming a veterans health care facility in his honor. So I thank you, Mr. Chair, for your work on this legislation as well, and I look forward to seeing it pass with unanimous bipartisan support. I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers. I'm ready to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers. I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I support this important piece of legislation, and I ask that my colleagues do the same. I ask all my colleagues to join me in passing H.R. 9124 to designate the Department of Veterans Affairs Community-Based Outpatient Clinic in Auburn, California as the Louis A. Conter VA Clinic. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Speaker, once again, I encourage all members to support this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 9124? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass S-141, the Senator Elizabeth Dole 21st Century Veterans Health Care and Benefit Improvement Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 141, an act to amend Title 38 United States Code to improve certain programs of the Department of Veterans Affairs for home and community-based services for veterans and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Boston, the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks for S-141.
Without objection.
Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of S-141, authored by my friend and colleague, Senator Moran from Kansas. 1 month ago, the House came together and passed H.R. 8371, the Dole Act, with a bipartisan vote of 389 to 9. This vote was a strong message from the House of Representatives, Republicans and Democrats, to improve the veterans program and deliver on promises we've made to those who've served. Now, I stand here today to finish the commitment we made a month ago. The Dole Act would improve veterans homeless programs, expand non-traditional education and employment programs, protect service members while they are deployed, put veterans' health care back in the hands of the veteran, and hold VA officials accountable. This bill has many House Republican priorities that we've worked through this Congress to pass. The Dole Act is not only a common sense bill, but one that would save lives and push the VA towards forward and not backward. I want to thank the over 40 veteran service organizations, advocacy organizations, and stakeholders from every corner of this country for their support of the Dole Act. Their advocacy was the push we all needed to get the bipartisan bill done. And I also want to thank the Senate for making technical changes to the language to make sure we sent the best version of this to the President's desk. Now, before I reserve my time, I would like to thank Mr. Siscomani and dozens of other members on both sides of the aisle who have provisions in this bill. This legislation will make a difference for veterans and their families. Now, I urge all of my colleagues to support veterans by supporting this good bill. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to express my support for S-141, the Senator Elizabeth Dole 21st Century Veterans Healthcare and Benefits Improvement Act. If that title sounds familiar, it is because all of my Democratic colleagues already voted for this bill. We passed the House version in November, and then we had to work to overcome Senate Republican holds on the House bill. Despite those holds, no substantive changes were made to the bill as a result of these negotiations. Many of my Democratic colleagues have important provisions in this bill, and what was agreed to during the time the bill was held up were some technical changes that were agreed to by the House and Senate Veterans Affairs committees. Now, this resulted in the slightly updated bill being incorporated into a Senate amendment that was included in the shell of the companion to the original bill, Representative Julia Brownlee's bill, the Elizabeth Dole Home Care Act, which she worked on for many years. Now, there's been a quite long and winding journey for this bill, which was unfortunate, but I'm glad we can at least pass some significant veterans legislation this Congress, even if it comes at the last possible moment. When reasonable minds work together, we can find consensus and deliver something for veterans. Hopefully that lesson will be taken to heart as we head into the next Congress. I support this legislation, and I urge my colleagues to reaffirm their support, and let's get it to President Biden's desk. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support S-141, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Siscomani.
Thank you, Chairman Boss, for yielding me time, and thank you for your leadership on this. Once again, I rise today in support, Mr. Speaker, of my legislation, the Senator Elizabeth Dole 21st Century Veterans Healthcare and Benefits Improvement Act, the flagship bipartisan and bicameral veterans package of the 118th Congress. It's not very often that someone has the opportunity to speak on the floor in support of a bill that they've introduced, and even let alone twice in such a short period of time as I get the opportunity to do so today. So this is a very exciting moment. I support many of the technical changes made in the legislation and appreciate our Senate counterparts' willingness to work with the House throughout this entire process. I'm excited to see the impact to our veterans that these policy improvements will have, including by modernizing our veteran workforce training program through VetTech, expanding access to home and community-based services throughout every VA center, allowing older and sick veterans to receive care where they want it and where they need it, creating pilot programs to cover dental care, as well as address veteran homelessness by increasing reimbursement rates to partner organizations. Furthermore, while this comprehensive bill does so much, I also want to highlight that it authorizes appropriations for the VA's Office of Women's Health to be used to expand access for women to mobile mammography units and outreach as well. This is imperative to ensure that our female veterans who live in rural areas, like in my district, have access to potentially life-saving screenings. I look forward to taking this final step to send this bill to the President's desk and give our veterans the VA reforms they demand and that they deserve. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back my time. Thank you, sir.
Reserve. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask all of my colleagues to join me in passing S-141, the Senator Elizabeth Dole 21st Century Veterans Healthcare and Benefits Improvement Act. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Luttrell.
Thank you, Chairman Boss. I'm honored to be here today to speak on S-141, the Senator Elizabeth Dole 21st Century Veterans Healthcare and Benefits Improvement Act. S-141 includes provisions of my bill, H.R. 4461, the Modernization Department of Veterans Affairs Disability Benefit Questionnaires Act. Current practices does not require VA contractors who perform disability exams to submit disability benefit questionnaires, or DBQs, in a format that can easily be processed by VA claims automation software. This leads to the backlogs and delays that could be avoided by submitting the DBQs based on a standard that computers can read. Computerizing the data is the key to helping VA process and adjudicate veterans' claims faster. The Modernizing Department of Veterans Affairs Disability Benefit Questionnaires Act would improve the DBQs, which are a critical part of the disability compensation process. As the VA moves forward with automation, standardizing the DBQ data will be crucial to timely and accurate claims processing. Our veterans who have sacrificed so much for our country deserve a system that works for them and processes their disability compensation claims in an efficient manner. I urge my colleagues to support S-141, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Speaker, once again, I want to encourage all members to support this legislation. It's life-changing legislation for our nation's veterans, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 141? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being...
We request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. Sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass S-2513, the Veterans Benefit Improvement Act of 2024.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 2513, an act to amend Title 38 United States Code to improve benefits administered by the Secretary of Veterans Affairs and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Boston, the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on S 2513.
Without objection.
Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of S 2513, and I want to thank my friend, Representative Luttrell, the chairman of the Subcommittee on Disability Assistance and Memorial Affairs, for leading the House companion to this important bill. This legislation would make vital improvements for veterans and survivors who are navigating a VA disability claims and appeals process. Both Representative Luttrell and I have gone through the disability claims process, and we've seen firsthand how challenging it is. S 2513 and Mr. Luttrell's companion bill would streamline the VA claim process and make it easier for veterans to access the benefits they've earned. This bill would require VA to publish disability compensation exam questionnaires on VA's website so that healthcare professionals can properly complete exams for veterans seeking disability benefits. It would also ensure that contracted examiners communicate with veterans representatives when scheduling disability compensation exams. S 2513 also includes Representative Siscomani's companion proposal to create a new internship program at the VA Board of Veterans Appeals. This program would encourage law school graduates to join the fight for veterans and improve hiring at VA. Finally, this bill includes Representative Self's companion proposal to ensure that the U.S. Court of Appeals for Veterans Claims has enough judges to provide veterans and survivors with timely decisions on their claims. These common sense solutions would help veterans and their families receive faster diagnosis on their claims for VA benefits and faster decisions. I want to thank Mr. Luttrell, Mr. Siscomani, and Mr. Self for their important work on this bill. I urge my colleagues to support S 2513, and with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to express my support for S 2513 as amended, the Veterans Benefits Improvement Act. I want to thank Disability Assistance and Memorial Affairs Subcommittee Chairman Luttrell and Ranking Member Pappas for working in a bipartisan manner on the House companion to this package, which passed this body in September of last year. Now, I commend Representative Siscomani and Representative McGarvey for their contributions to this bill as well. Well, Mr. Speaker, this bill makes several important changes that will help to streamline the medical disability exam process for veterans. It will also help to strengthen recruitment, hiring, and retention at the Board of Veterans Appeals by creating a new internship program for law students, and will expand the reimbursement programs for current employees to include student loans, professional development activities, bar exam fees, and dues. Now, this bill also increases by 1 the number of temporary judges appointed to the Court of Appeals for Veterans Claims, allowing the court to process cases faster and grant veterans and survivors the relief they deserve. Unfortunately, this is a much pared back provision from the version originally considered by the House last year. This bill languished because Senate Republicans refused to expand the court, albeit on a temporary basis, until this moment. How curious. Nevertheless, I do support this expansion, and I hope that we can do more in the future. So I support S 2513 as amended, and I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the sponsor of the bill, Mr. Luttrell from Texas.
Thank you, Chairman Jost. Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to be here today to speak on S 2513, the Veterans Benefit Improvement Act of 2024. I'm proud to lead the House companion to this bill, H.R. 1530. Right now, the VA disability compensation claims process has too many barriers that prevent veterans from quickly receiving accurate decisions on their claims for VA benefits. This bill would cut down on all the red tape. The bill would improve the quality of disability compensation exams by requiring VA to publish those exam forms online and ensure that veterans' representatives are notified of scheduled contracted disability compensation exams so that the veterans do not miss their appointments. These are common sense solutions to make the process for applying for disability benefits easier on veterans and their families. As a veteran myself and chairman of the Subcommittee on Disability Assistance and Memorial Affairs, I know the difference these changes will make. I would also like to thank Representative Siscomani and Representative Self for working with me on including their legislative proposals in my bill. Their provisions would help ensure that VA and the U.S. Court of Appeals for Veterans Claims can hire and retain personnel required to process disability compensation claims and provide veterans with timely decisions on their claims. These provisions are vitally important in light of the growing inventory of disability compensation claims after the implementation of the PACT Act. I'm proud of this bill because it addresses many problems that the Subcommittee on Disability Assistance and Memorial Affairs have tried to fix during this Congress. I would like to thank Ranking Member Pappas, Ranking Member Takana, Chairman Bost, and I urge my colleagues to support S2513, and I yield back the balance of my time.
I have no more speakers. I am ready to close, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers. I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask all my colleagues to join me in passing S2513 as amended, the Veterans Benefits Improvement Act, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I encourage all of my colleagues to support this legislation, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 2513? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8150 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 8150, a bill to require the Commissioner of U.S. Customs and Border Protection to establish procedures for conducting maintenance projects at ports of entry at which the Office of Field Operation conducts certain enforcement and facilitation activities.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gonzalez, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks to include any material on H.R. 8150.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of my bipartisan bill, H.R. 8150, the Reducing Excessive Vetting Authorities to Maintain Our Ports Act. Land ports of entry are a crucial line of defense against fentanyl, drugs, and other illicit contraband that have plagued our communities. Our port of entries also bring in billions of dollars worth of trade into our economy and serve as a lifeline for many cities along the border. To help customs officers carry out their mission, our international bridges must be kept in the best shape possible. My bill does just that by reducing the bureaucracy that is required to repair and maintain our ports of entry. While the GSA has a primary authority to maintain our federal facilities, there is a significant backlog for these projects, and our ports of entry are no exception. Currently, the GSA grants CBP the ability to perform limited repair projects if the cost is less than $100,000. Delegating this authority saves everyone time, and we all know that time is money. My common sense legislation would simply increase that number from $100,000 to $300,000 threshold so that more of these minor projects at our ports of entry can be done quickly and efficiently. This helps trade, this helps our taxpayers, and this helps our customs personnel that are worked so hard to secure our borders. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 8150, the Revamp Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California, Mr. Correa, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 8150 that allows Customs and Border Protection to make low-cost maintenance repairs at our ports of entry without involving the General Service Administration. It makes sense to allow CBP to carry out expedited low-cost repairs needed to facilitate their operations at our ports of entry. We should not let minor maintenance issues slow down or disrupt legal trade and travel through our ports of entry. And I'm proud to be an original co-sponsor of this legislation, which eliminates red tape. I thank Representative Gonzalez for leading this important initiative. This is a common sense bill, Mr. Speaker. It allows CBP to carry out low-cost repairs needed to facilitate the operations at our ports of entry. And I urge all my colleagues to support this measure. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 8150 and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8150 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill S2414.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 2414, an act to require agencies with working dog programs to implement the recommendations of the Government Accountability Office relating to the health and welfare of working dogs and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Burleson, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection?
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of Senate Bill 2414, the Working Dog Health and Welfare Act of 2023. As of February 2022, there are nearly 5,500 working dogs that are served in the federal government. They are tasked with many jobs, including the detection of explosive, narcotics, and missing persons. And I encourage my colleagues to support this common sense measure, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
The Working Dog Health and Welfare Act, S. 2414, requires agencies that manage working dog programs to implement recommendations that were made by the GAO in 2022 to improve the health and welfare and safety of working dogs. It would also require any new program to comply with these recommendations. Agencies and contractors across the government use working dogs to support critical mission areas such as law enforcement and security. As of February of 2022, federal government entities employed over 5,600 dogs. They help to detect explosives and narcotics. They conduct patrols and search and rescue missions. They help detect and apprehend suspects. They support wildlife management. But there's currently no consensus health and welfare standard that applies to the management of federal working dogs. In its report, GAO identified 18 critical issues important to the health and welfare of working dogs, which the agencies should address. That includes recommendations on everything from detection of abuse, neglect, and emergency medical care to rest, length of on-duty time, and then canine retirement. GAO found that of the 40 federal working dog programs that are directly managed by federal agencies, only 9 addressed all of these issues as important to the health and welfare of the dogs. The bill requires all departments, all agencies, and all contractors managing working dog programs on behalf of an agency to implement these recommendations within 6 months of the bill's enactment. I urge members to support this common sense bill for animal welfare and animal rights and for those dogs who work hard in the federal government. I'll reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Yacob.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of S. 2414, the Working Dog Health and Welfare Act. I was happy to work with Senator Braun and be the sponsor of the bipartisan House companion bill, H.R. 6950. Over 5,500 working dogs perform various tasks in the 40 programs across the federal government. These impressive animals are essential to the daily operations of law enforcement and to our national defense. They keep us safe by chasing down criminals and by finding deadly narcotics. Famously, a Delta Force working dog named Conan heroically helped neutralize the leader of ISIS, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, in a raid in Syria back in 2019. They also help with disaster relief and search and rescue efforts. These hardworking and heroic canines deserve the best care, but a government accountability audit found that none of the 40 working dog programs were satisfactory across all 18 aspects of care. This legislation is simple. It requires government agencies with working dog programs to implement the GAO's sensible recommendations for health and welfare of these remarkable working dogs that are in their care. I am very proud to sponsor the House companion bill for this legislation, and I encourage its passage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Does the gentleman reserve?
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
We have no further speakers, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support the bill to protect working dogs within the federal government, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
And we urge everybody to support this fine legislation, and I will yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 2414? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill S. 4716.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 4716, an act to amend Section 7504 of Title 31 United States Code to improve the single audit requirements.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Burleson, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection,
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the Financial Management Risk Reduction Act of 2024, which will improve the quality and completeness of financial audit data of large federal grant recipients. If an entity receives federal financial assistance from the federal government, we should be able to closely review their financial statements and expenditures of federal funds to ensure that every transaction is legitimate. I want to thank my House Oversight Committee colleague, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, for leading the House companion of this bill. I urge my colleagues to support this sensible reform and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of S4716, the Financial Management Risk Reduction Act, led by my esteemed colleague, Chairman Gary Peters of the Senate Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs, with Senator Ron Johnson as his co-lead. I also want to thank Representative Greene for leading the House companion. It appears financial management risk reduction is indeed an issue that speaks to everybody across the aisle. The bill would improve the quality and usability of independent audit data and enhance oversight of federal funds. The Single Audit Act of 1984 requires federal grant recipients who receive more than $750,000 to report an independent audit of their internal financial controls annually to the government. It sought to increase accountability while reducing burden on grant recipients by mandating a single consolidated audit rather than audits on a discrete grant-by-grant basis. In 2022, over 40,000 state, local, tribal, and territorial governments and not-for-profits submitted single audits. The Financial Management Risk Reduction Act addresses recommendations made by the GAO, which were aimed at increasing the usability of single audit information to reduce federal financial management risk. The bill codifies certain portions of OMB's Uniform Grants Guidance, requiring agencies to conduct quality control reviews on its audits, and directs OMB to coordinate a government-wide audit quality review every 6 years. Finally, the bill would direct OMB to create a government-wide strategy on financial risk regarding single audits and instructs GSA to create analytic tools to use single audit data more effectively. This is a good bill which will improve the quality and accessibility of audit data, increasing the transparency and accountability of federal spending. I urge colleagues to support it, and I'll reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman is prepared to close. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
And I'm also prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized.
We urge passage of the legislation, and I yield back
the gentleman yields. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, which will improve the quality and completeness of financial audit data of large federal grant recipients, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 4716? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 9595.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 9595, a bill to improve federal technology procurement and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Burleson, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure. Without objection, I yield myself such time as they may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 9595, the FIT Procurement Act. This bill streamlines the procurement process for small businesses and small transactions. and will enable the government to take full advantage of commercial best practices. This legislation achieves this in 3 ways. First, by increasing the micro purchase threshold, or the MPT, from $10,000 to $25,000. And second, by increasing the simplified acquisition threshold, or the SAT, from $250,000 to $500,000. And third, by authorizing advanced payments for certain types of software and cloud computing. On the first, I would note that purchases under the MPT, which currently account for a tiny fraction of overall government contract spending, do not require the involvement of a federal contracting officer. For this reason, raising the MPT from $10,000 to $25,000 is estimated by George Mason's Baroni Center for Government Contracting to save more than $40 million annually in federal administrative costs. This allows contracting officers to focus more time on larger acquisitions where the potential for waste, fraud, and abuse is far greater. Further, purchases above the MPT and below the SAT are subject to simplified procedures in order to reduce administrative costs and promote opportunities for small businesses. By increasing the SAT from $250,000 to $500,000, this bill provides opportunities for small businesses and reduces administrative burdens for smaller government contracts. Finally, by allowing for advanced payments for software services, this bill saves taxpayer dollars by allowing federal agencies to access the discounts that are currently available through upfront payments to the private sector. I want to thank Chairman Comer and his staff for working with me on this effort in the Oversight Committee, and I want to thank Senators Peters and Cruz for leading the Senate companion to this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I'm rising in support of H.R. 9595, the FIT Procurement Act. This bill is modeled after a bipartisan Senate bill led by Homeland Security and Government Affairs Committee Chairman Gary Peters, along with Senator Cruz. The act streamlines and simplifies federal procurement to help agencies acquire commercial technology in a timelier way and to make it easier for businesses to compete for contracts. I'm happy to support this bill today. I associate myself with the remarks of the distinguished gentleman from Missouri, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
And we urge passage, and I yield the remainder of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Oh, okay, yeah, and we're urging passage of the legislation. I'll yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, which will streamline the procurement process for small businesses and small transactions, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 9595? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6244.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6244, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 1535 East Los Ebanos Boulevard in Brownsville, Texas, as the First Lieutenant Andres Zermeños Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Burleson, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, which would rename a post office, Texas, after First Lieutenant Andres Zermeños. And I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I'm rising in support of H.R. 6244, introduced by Congressman Gonzalez of Texas, which would honor the impressive legacy and the sacrifice of First Lieutenant Zermeños by naming a post office after him in Brownsville. I am now proud to yield 2 minutes to the distinguished congressman from the state of Texas, Representative Vicente Gonzalez.
Hello, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of my bill, H.R. 6244, to rename the post office located at 1535 East Los Ebanos Boulevard in Brownsville, Texas, after First Lieutenant Andres Zermeño. First Lieutenant Zermeño was born on November 30th, 1984 in Brownsville, Texas. He went on to graduate from St. Mary's University in St. Mary's. While a student at St. Mary's, he participated in the university's ROTC program and enlisted in the Texas National Guard. After graduating from St. Mary's, he was commissioned into the United States Army as a first lieutenant. On September 25th, 2011, while serving in a combat operation known as Operation Enduring Freedom in Afghanistan, First Lieutenant Zermeño was sadly killed in action by a rocket-propelled grenade while on patrol. Lieutenant Zermeño is a hero who laid down his life to protect our freedoms, leaving his loving wife and 2 children behind. By passing H.R. 6244, we as a nation will honor First Lieutenant Zermeño and the sacrifice he made on behalf of our great nation. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join me in honoring the life and legacy of an American hero, and I yield back.
I want to thank the gentleman for his compelling remarks, and we will reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no further speakers, and I support passage of H.R. 6244 and yield back the balance of our time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this bill to designate a post office for Lieutenant Zermeño, an American war hero who made the ultimate sacrifice in service to his country, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6244? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill S. 3946.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 3946, an act to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 1106 Main Street in Bastrop, Texas, as the Sergeant Major Billy D. Waugh Post Office.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Burleson, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, which would rename a post office located in Texas in honor of Sergeant Major Billy D. Waugh. Sergeant Major Waugh served for 5 decades as an Army paratrooper Special Forces soldier, a combat veteran, a USPS mail handler, and a CIA paramilitary operations officer. He passed away in April of 2023. I support naming a post office in honor of Sergeant Major Waugh, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield myself such time as it may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Just to complete a little bit of the portrait of Sergeant Waugh begun by Mr. Burleson, Sergeant Waugh also served in the Green Berets within the U.S. Army Special Forces in 1954. When he retired from the Army, he returned to serve as a paramilitary officer within the CIA Special Activities Division. Waugh was one of the oldest field operatives at the age of 71 years old, providing critical intelligence and guidance to Afghan troops. He earned in his career a Silver Star, 4 Bronze Stars, 8 Purple Hearts, and the CIA's Intelligence Star. He passed away in April of 2023. At 93 years old, the legislation would honor his legacy, his extraordinary more than 50-year military career, and his dedication to the country by naming a post office after him in his hometown of Bastrop, Texas. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. I urge passage of the legislation, and I'll yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall.
Mr. Speaker, we you and I just returned from Luxembourg to honor the veterans of World War II who fought in the Battle of the Bulge. I was there on behalf of the House of Representatives at the Speaker's request to honor the greatest generation and their sacrifices to defeat evil and ensure freedom, that freedom would persevere. Those soldiers that braved the Nazi onslaught and the frozen forest of the Ardennes to liberate Europe are known as the greatest generation. Sergeant Major Billy D. Waugh was part of that great generation. The service website, military.com, using the colloquial name for Special Forces made famous during the Vietnam War, called Mr. Waugh, quote, the unparalleled godfather of the Green Berets, end of quote. For his long years of service and numerous missions with them, he led a lifelong commitment to his country from a young age. He understood, as Reagan did, that, quote, freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. We didn't pass it to our children in the bloodstream. It must be fought for and protected. Sergeant Major Waugh was born in 1929 and raised in Bastrop, Texas, in my district. And in 1945, after meeting two local United States Marines who returned from fighting World War II, the then 15-year-old Mr. Waugh was inspired to enlist in the Marine Corps. Knowing that it was unlikely that he would be allowed to enlist in Texas due to his young age, Waugh decided to hitchhike to Los Angeles, where he believed he only had to be 16 years of age. He got as far as Las Cruces, New Mexico, before being turned around and sent back to Bastrop by local police officers. That shows you the amount of patriotism this young 15-year-old had. Later, in 1948, he did enlist and serve his country as an Army paratrooper and Special Forces soldier until 1972. Sergeant Major Waugh was no stranger to the front and served 7 years in combat during the Korean and Vietnam Wars, where he was shot multiple times. While in combat, he was part of a high-altitude, low-opening, or HALO, parachute assault, the first of its kind in military history. For his service, Sergeant Major Waugh received dozens of military awards and medals, including the Silver Star, 4 Bronze Star, Presidential Unit Citation, and 8 Purple Hearts for his combat wounds, placing him 3rd on the list of most Purple Hearts ever received in the history of the United States military. After retirement, he joined the United States Postal Service before again serving his country as a paramilitary operations officer in the Central Intelligence Agency, where he pursued terrorists, including Carlos the Jackal and Osama bin Laden. Mr. Waugh never lost his sense of duty, patriotism, and his enduring love of freedom. And at the age of 71, Mr. Waugh participated in Operation Enduring Freedom from October to December 2001 as a member of the CIA's Northern Alliance Liaison Team, which went into Afghanistan to work to topple the Taliban regime and al-Qaeda at the Battle of Tora Bora. Sergeant Major Billy D. Waugh passed away last year at the age of 93. He epitomized the American values of courage, patriotism, and self-sacrifice. Through his unparalleled life of service, he undoubtedly saved countless American lives and pushed back terrorism and evil around the world. And after a life of service to his country, it is only fitting that the post office located at 1106 Main Street in Bastrop, Texas, be named after him. Naming this post office after him is a testament to a life well lived and an opportunity for all Texans to pay homage to this great American hero. I am inspired by him, and I know all Americans, and we're inspired that he's from Texas. I support this measure, and may God hold Sergeant Major Waugh in the palm of his hand. And with that, I yield back.
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
No further speakers, and we're happy to yield back the remainder of our time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage my House colleagues to support this bill honoring Sergeant Major Waugh, an American hero, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 4077? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended.
I apologize.
Wrong bill. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 3946? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill S59.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 59, an act to implement merit-based reforms to the civil service hiring system that replace degree-based hiring with skills and competency-based hiring.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Burleson, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection,
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of Senate Bill 59, the Chance to Compete Act. The concept of this bill is very simple. Let's hire applicants for federal positions based on whether they have the skills to do the job. Too frequently, the federal hiring process is based on whether or not somebody has a degree, even if that degree has nothing to do with the position. Additionally, federal hiring managers also rely on required self-assessments filled out by applicants to determine their own skill set, strengths, and weaknesses. Not surprisingly, such self-assessments do not work very well. The Chance to Compete Act authorizes agencies to develop appropriate skills-based examinations so that applicants for federal jobs can show what they know. Federal supervisors have said their top concern is getting a pool of quality candidates to perform necessary jobs. The Chance to Compete Act addresses this problem head-on. It will create teams of subject matter experts to help agencies create assessments that are geared for the job. This idea is supported by federal managers. It builds off of work begun in the Trump administration, which the Biden administration has continued. I would like to thank Representative Fox, the sponsor of the bill, of the House companion, along with Representatives Connolly, Khanna, Mafumi, and Mace for their support. This is a good policy that will help the American people's government work better, and I urge my colleagues to support Senate Bill 59. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I'm rising in support of S59, introduced in the Senate by Senators Sinema and Lankford. The House passed a substantially similar bill to this in January of last year. I want to commend Representatives Fox and Connolly for their excellent work on the bill. The legislation makes evaluations more useful in assessing the skills of candidates for federal jobs and makes the hiring process more efficient and more effective, rather than relying on attainment of an educational degree to determine candidate qualifications in the federal hiring process. Subject matter experts and agencies would develop assessments designed to test specific knowledge needed for the position. This overhaul would better match qualified applicants with open positions and expand employment opportunities to candidates with various professional and educational backgrounds. The Chance to Compete Act aligns with the OPM's guidance released in May of 2022, which strives to modernize the process of assessing and hiring federal job candidates. Establishing hiring methods that are more skill-based will improve agency managers' ability to hire people who possess the right skills and knowledge to do the job, and also allow agencies to hire from a much broader pool of qualified applicants. The bill directs OPM to study the feasibility of creating an online platform for sharing candidate assessments between agencies. Under the legislation, agencies may also assemble talent teams to support this assessment of job candidates in the hiring process. The OPM director would be required to submit annual progress reports to Congress for 5 years on the use and the effectiveness of the new skills-based assessments. The GAO would be required to submit a report on implementation of the bill 3 years after enactment. The bill streamlines the hiring process for agencies and will shorten the time it takes to bring new and well-qualified employees aboard. I reserve the balance.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, hiring people based on their unique individual skills is something I've promoted all my life. It's precisely why I introduced the Chance to Compete Act. As the largest employer in the nation, with almost 2.2 million employees, it is time for the federal government to base its hiring on verifiable skills instead of degrees or self-evaluation. People should be hired on their ability to do the job. This is a common sense idea that the private sector figured out a long time ago. It's easy to see that current federal hiring practices are broken. These hiring practices rely on how many degrees one has and on self-evaluations that allow candidates to grossly inflate their own qualifications. They can claim to be, quote, experts, end quote, on a particular subject, but they're not being evaluated by an objective standard. Hardworking American taxpayers are the ones who are forced to pay for employees who cannot properly perform their own jobs. I've even seen this play out recently while my office has been dealing with FEMA and other federal agencies in the work of Hurricane Helene. Fortunately, there is a better way. The Chance to Compete Act allowed the federal government to retain subject matter experts, those who know what it takes to do a job, who design and administer skills-based assessments to job seekers. This is designed to identify candidates who have the professional wherewithal to complete a job. These assessments also weed out those applicants who merely claim to be experts and have the right degree on paper. The Trump administration recognized this issue with an executive order in 2020 by directing agencies to identify qualified applicants to hire people based on objective standards such as structured interviews, knowledge, or writing tests. It is good that the Congress will codify this effort by passing this law, and the Trump administration will be able to implement it. The federal government owes it to taxpayers to hire people based on their ability to do the job. The House recognized this when it passed the House version of the Chance to Compete Act in January of 2023 in a vote of 422-2. And I urge my colleagues to pass this carefully crafted Senate compromise version S59 today. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
We have no further speakers. We reserve.
The gentleman reserves. Is the gentleman prepared to close?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
And we urge all colleagues to support S59, and I want to salute Ms. Fox on her excellent leadership and stewardship of this legislation. Yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 5-9? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Is she going to manage? Okay. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 4077.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 4077, an act to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 180 Stewart Street in San Francisco, California, as a Diane Feinstein Post Office.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin. Each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
This bill would rename a post office in San Francisco, California as the Dianne Feinstein Post Office. Feinstein was the longest-serving senator to represent California and the longest-serving female senator in the history of the United States. S4077 would honor the memory of Dianne Feinstein. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise also in strong support of S4077, introduced in the Senate by the distinguished California Senator Padilla, which would honor the legacy and public service of the late Senator Dianne Feinstein. She was a trailblazer, breaking barriers as the first woman to be elected as mayor of San Francisco, California, and after her election to the U.S. Senate from California, she became the first woman to serve on the Senate Judiciary Committee, the first woman chair of the Senate Committee on Rules, the first female chair on the Senate Committee on Intelligence, and the first woman to serve as ranking member of the Senate Judiciary Committee. She championed legislation to advance civil rights, civil liberties, human rights, and environmental protection. Thanks to her leadership, Congress secured the first federal assault weapons ban in 1994. Her legacy is one of unswerving devotion to public service and the common good. I urge passage of this legislation, which would name a post office in the birthplace of her political career, San Francisco, in her honor. I reserve the balance.
Gentleman reserves, recognized. Gentlelady from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no further comments and am ready to close.
Gentlelady reserves.
We have no further speakers, and we support passage of S4077. Urge all of our colleagues to join us and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 4077? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection.
I'm going to.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
On that, Mr. Speaker, I ask for recorded vote.
Gentlewoman requests the yeas and nays. The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having arisen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Proceedings will resume on motions to suspend the rules previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Concurring in the Senate amendment to H.R. 7213, passing Senate 3998, passing Senate 141, and passing Senate 4077. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 2-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion by the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Bouchon, to suspend the rules and concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 7213, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 7213, an act to amend the Public Health Service Act to enhance and reauthorize activities and programs relating to autism spectrum disorder and for other purposes. Senate amendment.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and concur in the Senate amendment? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 374, the nays 15, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The Senate amendment is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Fry, to suspend the rules and pass Senate 3998, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Senate 3998, an act to provide for the permanent appointment of certain temporary district judgeships.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 390, the nays are 0, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, to suspend the rules and pass S-141, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Senate 141, an act to amend Title 38 United States Code to improve certain programs of the Department of Veterans Affairs for home and community-based services for veterans and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 382, the nays are 12. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, to suspend the rules and pass Senate 4077, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Senate 4077, an act to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 180 Stewart Street in San Francisco, California, as a Diane Feinstein Post Office.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 348, the nays are 39, 5 recorded as present, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Gentlewoman from New Jersey seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that I may hereafter be considered as the first sponsor of H.R. 1765, the SNAP Benefits Fairness Act of 2023, a bill originally introduced by Representative Donald Payne Jr. of New Jersey for the purposes of adding co-sponsors and requesting reprintings pursuant to Clause 7 of Rule 12. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous...
Objection. For what purpose does a gentlewoman from New Jersey rise?
Excuse me. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that I may hereafter be considered as the first sponsor of H.R. 1361, the Safer Neighborhoods Gun Buyback Act of 2023, a bill originally introduced by Representative Donald Payne Jr. of New Jersey for the purposes of adding co-sponsors and requesting reprintings pursuant to Clause 7 of Rule 12.
Without objection. Same thing. Thank you. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
For 1 minute, Mr. Speaker, and I ask that you call the House to order.
Order. The gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A new report from Parents Defending Education, PDE, revealed that the Biden-Harris administration spent over $1 billion of taxpayer money on so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion programming. DEI is the woke addiction that the Biden-Harris administration simply cannot quit. Instead of becoming a more perfect union, DEI turns our schools, communities, and cities into cesspools of divisiveness and hate. And we know DEI bureaucracies are also notorious drivers of campus anti-Semitism. PDE's new report is jaw-dropping, and it confirms that this administration was more concerned about contorting the minds of America's future leaders rather than educating them. This relentless push to tell students what to think instead of how to think must stop. Fortunately for parents, students, and hardworking taxpayers, President Trump sees DEI for what it is, a cancer that is divisive, excessive, and ineffective. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? You're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I was told some time ago, a good name will carry you a long way. I rise to congratulate Attorney Borden Parker on the recent naming of the new Wayne County Department of Health and Human Services building in his honor. Borden has a long history of public service. He served our nation in the United States Army Judge Advocate General's Corps. Borden returned home to follow in his father's footsteps and became the county's attorney. I may add that he has also provided incredible counsel to the Greene County Board of Commissioners. The naming of this building is not just a tribute to Borden's extraordinary career, it's a symbol of the lasting impact he's made in improving lives across eastern North Carolina. Congratulations, Borden. Your good name has made a difference. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
You're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor 11 brave airmen who were awarded the Distinguished Flying Cross for their part in Operation True Promise on April 13, 2024. Lieutenant Colonel Willis Parker, Major Cody Gabby, Major Lance Welch, Major Stacy Sells, Captain Joshua Johnson, Captain James Spearman, Captain Andrew Weber, Technical Sergeant Gage Seymour, Technical Sergeant Joshua Osborne, Technical Sergeant Hunter Ricks, and Senior Airman Jonah Parham. On April 13, 2024, Iran launched a salvo of missiles and drones at Israel. Iran's assault marked the first time the country's directly struck Israel from within Iranian territory and was the single largest drone attack carried out by any country. Crew members of the 134th Air Refueling Wing courageously took off during this attack and offloaded tens of thousands of pounds of fuel to ensure the fighters remained airborne for the defense and protection of Israel. 99% of the drones and missiles launched by Iran were intercepted due to the efforts of those 11 brave members. It's my honor to recognize these airmen as Tennessee's 2nd District's December 2024 Veterans of the Month. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
You're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of Texas's 18th Congressional District, which has endured devastating disasters from Hurricane Katrina in 2005, which displaced over 200,000 New Orleans families to Houston, many of which now live in the 18th, to Hurricane Harvey in 2017, which displaced 30,000 families across the city. In 2021, the Texas freeze left millions without power statewide. Over 100,000 households in my district and all 254 counties were impacted by power outages. And just this year, Hurricane Beryl and Houston's derecho storm destroyed more than 12,000 homes. These are not just numbers, they are real people whose communities have been torn apart. My late mother, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, worked with every president to ensure that her residents received what they needed, working with churches, nonprofits like the Houston Food Bank to provide critical resources. I am grateful that President Biden has requested an additional $98.6 billion in funding, including $40 billion for FEMA to support continued relief. And I urge it to be included in the funding legislation going forward. What we could always use more because so many families are still suffering. I call on my colleagues to support funding for FEMA and so that communities can rebuild back stronger than ever. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I ask unanimous
unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
You're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Commander Steve Demetric, a distinguished member of my Military Academy Nominations Board, a Navy veteran whose life of dedicated service exemplifies the very best of America. A graduate of the U.S. Naval Academy, Commander Demetric served 6 years on active duty and 16 years in the Navy Reserve. As a supply officer aboard the USS Rogers, he bore the heavy responsibility of supporting a 300-member crew, ensuring they were well equipped during critical operations in Vietnam. His ship witnessed the emotional release of American POWs at the war's end, a moment etched in history and in the hearts of all who served. Commander Demetric's commitment extended beyond active duty. In the reserves, he modeled the Navy's core values of honor, courage, and commitment while continuing to impact lives through his civilian career and volunteerism. Today, Commander Demetric and his wife Susie serve as guardians for honor flights, welcoming veterans home and ensuring they feel the gratitude they deserve. He reminds us of the enduring importance of saying, "Thank you for your service," a simple act of recognition that carries profound meaning. We salute Commander Demetric and all veterans who have shaped our nation's legacy. May we honor their sacrifice with unwavering gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute and to include in the record unanimous consent for a newspaper article.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, at this holiday season, please let me pay tribute to a remarkable American, a patriot who has dedicated his life to building our nation and world into a more just and livable planet. I wish to extend grateful holiday wishes to the now current oldest living former U.S. Congressman Frank Guarini of Jersey City, New Jersey. He and his family and friends are celebrating his 100 years of life as an American patriot, faithful to his family, his friends, Jersey City, and Hudson County. His milestone life includes service in this House from 1979 to 1993. Hailing from Jersey City, New Jersey, Frank distinguished himself as an extraordinary patriot, a champion swimmer, a World War II Navy decorated combat veteran of the Pacific Campaign. He rose to the rank of lieutenant in the U.S. Navy, and he continues to pursue his business and philanthropic interests as a proud son of Jersey City. Here, he served as a distinguished member of the Ways and Means Committee, specializing in international trade and fair taxation. Frank endowed his alma mater, Dartmouth College's School of International Relations, as well as John Cabot University in Italy, the Italian-American Foundation, and countless and endless works of goodwill toward others. We wish him and his family, his friends, like former New York members Charles Rangel and posthumously Ben Gilman and his family, joy in these holidays. Celebrating Frank's life makes 2024 a memorable holiday season. Heartfelt congratulations, Congressman Frank Guarini at age 100. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back and ask again unanimous consent to place an important newspaper article in the record as well.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to ask for 1 minute and advise extending.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Beyond the usual incompetence on the border security that the Biden-Harris administration has exhibited, they're now sneakily selling off border wall materials in Arizona, materials that taxpayers have already paid for and were meant to secure our southern border. Earlier this year, I visited the border once again and saw firsthand the challenges that our agents face every day, our local law enforcement faces, local businesses, local communities on the impact that these things have. Border agents are stretched thin as they work around the clock to try to protect us, yet this administration continues to undermine their mission at every turn. This isn't the first time. Last year, they sold off materials intended for a critical 20-mile stretch of border wall, leaving gaps. The gaps are easily found, and they pour through. And you should see the trash, the stuff that's on the ground in the arroyos from the people passing through illegally because they have a green light. Their actions send a clear message from this administration. Border security isn't really a priority for them, even though Vice President Harris tried to pretend so in this last election. Americans want secure borders, but instead of addressing this crisis, the administration is doubling down on failed policies that are just putting our border at risk. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I'd like to ask permission to speak for a minute.
You're recognized.
I'd like to address the Biden administration's treatment of community rehabilitation providers. I think many people would be aware of them as a place for people with some disabilities, perhaps Down syndrome, whatever, are working because their abilities are a little less than a lot of their other citizens. In any event, in order to operate these places, they need 14C certificates to have people work for under minimum wage. They can afford to work under minimum wage because they're getting other government benefits, such as SSI. However, these facilities are very important to them. It gives them a purpose in life, a little bit of independence to earn their own paycheck, and a chance to socialize with so many other people they wouldn't otherwise. I am going to introduce legislation shortly to make sure the Biden administration, on the way out the door, does not get rid of 14C certificates, which are necessary for these valuable citizens to work full-time. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize and congratulate my high school alma mater, Notre Dame Academy in Green Bay, Wisconsin. Last month, for just the third time in their school's history, the Notre Dame Tritons football team won the Division III high school state championship. The Tritons used the state championship to cap off a perfect season with a 49-28 win over Catholic Memorial. A special shout out to their coach, Mike Rader, on an incredible season. I would also like to give a special shout out to senior running back Christian Collins, who rushed for a record-breaking 408 yards and 5 touchdowns. We're all very proud of the Tritons and look forward to their future success. And congratulations again. And with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to the House to now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly to the House, stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning for morning hour debate.